Присутній.
Present.
Thank you. Oleg.
Присутній.
Present.
Thank you. Tatiana.
Присутня.
Present.
Thank you. Donatas.
Present.
And I am present. We therefore conclude that all the members of the Commission are present in the meeting today. I will now ask you to approve the agenda for the meeting today, tomorrow, and Monday, which is consisting of holding the interviews for the position of the head of the Bureau for Economic Security. So who is in favor of this proposal? And again, we'll go in order. Jim?
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Yuri.
Підтримую.
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Oleg.
Підтримую.
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Tatiana.
Підтримую.
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Donatas.
In favor.
And I'm in favor. Therefore, the agenda for today, tomorrow, and Monday is approved. We will hold the interviews for the position of head of BES. I remind you that our commission is tasked to do an evaluation of the candidates and propose not more than 2 names forward for appointment for this key position in the state. I would like to thank very much our candidates for being flexible and adjusting with the developments of the work of our commission. I would like to say that everybody is online today, and I would like to stress that given the security situation in Ukraine, whenever there is an air alert, I suggest that we are informed. We are also monitoring the situation, but I think it is important that everybody feels safe and that in case of need, the candidates inform us that there are, certain challenges so that we can readjust. We will have the interviews. The candidates were advised not to use PowerPoint presentations and not to use other materials. We want to have a direct conversation on issues that have to do with integrity and on issues that have to do with their professional qualifications that would entitle them to occupy this position. Each candidate would have about 2 minutes to introduce themselves in the beginning. The aim of each interview is to take approximately 1 hour. If need be, we can supplement this 1 hour with additional up to 30 minutes. So we will start with the integrity part of the discussion for about half an hour, and then we will move to the professional qualifications part. And there again, the candidates will have the opportunity to introduce themselves for 5 minutes, and then we will go into discussions. Without further ado, we move to the first candidate, Mr. Tatarinov. Mr. Tatarinov, I want to thank you very much for being with us today. I hope you can hear and see us and also get translation. Yes. So without further ado, I think I will pass the floor to you to do a short introduction of yourself for about 2 minutes, and then we proceed with questions. Mr. Tatarinov, the floor is yours.
Дякую дуже.
Thank you so much. Dear members of the Commission, dear representatives of the public, good morning. I'm Roman Tatarinov, and I have the honor to take part in the competition for the position of the Director of the Bureau of Economic Security of Ukraine. I have higher legal and economic education, as well as education in public governance. I studied both in leading national universities and abroad. In 2012, I obtained the academic degree of the candidate of legal sciences. Over 20 years of working in law enforcement sphere. I worked as the investigator in tax police of Sumy region, in prosecutor's office at prosecutorial and investigative positions, in state fiscal service as the deputy head of the main investigative department, acting head of the main investigative department, acting head of the department on operational support on separate territories of the anti-terrorist operation of the main division of the fiscal service in Donetsk region. I believe that I have unique theoretical and practical experience. I have such important skills as integrity, responsibility, goal-oriented, persistence, and all of this has helped me to successfully demonstrate myself in my work. My previous work experience has allowed me to master different skills, both at investigative, prosecutorial, and managerial positions in law enforcement bodies. Right now, I'm engaged in teaching in the State University of Technologies of Communication as the head of the faculty. And I'm the attorney as well. I continuously improve my knowledge, skills by means of taking part in different educational trainings and platforms, which harmoniously complement my previously obtained knowledge. I'm ready to answer any of your questions. Thank you for your attention. And separately, let me express my deep gratitude for organization of an honest, open, and transparent competition for the position of the Director of the Bureau of Economic Security of Ukraine.
Thank you.
Madam Laura, Mr. James, and Mr. Donatus.
Contribution to the future of strong Ukraine.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy to be a part of this
Thank you.
crucially significant process. And now I'm honored commission.
Thank you. Thank you very
Don't mind,
much.
I will continue in Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tatarin.
Я також,
And I want to underline that
я також хотів би
Дякую. I would also like to express my gratitude to the defenders of Ukraine for their courage and fight that gives us security and the possibility to live, work, and take part in such important events like this competition.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Tatarinov. You will also have an opportunity to introduce yourself from the professional perspective later on in the interview. Dear colleagues, I suggest that we start with questions for Mr. Tatarinov.
Then, Oleg, would you like to start or should I?
Так, дякую, пані Лаура.
Yes, thank you, Madam Laura. If you allow, I will start.
Вітаю, пане Романе.
Good morning, Mr. Roman. I would like to move on to those questions and those issues that the Commission has found during the analysis of your materials, your documents, those materials that the Commission has managed to collect. So, I will start from the first problem. Since October 20 of 2012, you and your wife have the right to use vehicle Toyota Land Cruiser Prado, manufactured in 2008, which is owned by your wife's sister. Do you confirm this? Yes, of course. Can you please tell me under which circumstances did you and your wife obtain this free of charge right to use this vehicle owned by your wife's sister, and what are the conditions of its use? Thank you for your question, Mr. Olaf. In this regard, I can provide the following answer. This vehicle is really owned by the sister of my wife. This vehicle was bought by her husband. This vehicle was used by my wife's sister for some period of time. Once they got a new car, basically they did not have a need to have this second car. Besides, given the fact that my wife was pregnant at that time, my father-in-law, that is the father of my wife and her sister, asked her if they were not using this car, whether they could give this car to us for some period of time, because this car was convenient for transportation of some children's things. And of course, I helped my wife to maintain this car. So most of the time, most maintenance issues were resolved by me. Mr. Roman, you said that your wife's sister and her family got a new car. Which car did they obtain, if you know? I know that was Lexus model. I cannot recollect. I think either 470 or 570. Why am I asking this? Because as the Commission has seen from the information, and we have analyzed the periods since 1998, your wife's sister did not have sufficient official income to be able to afford even the car that she transferred to your family for use. Now you're also saying that she also had another expensive car purchased. What was the origin of funds for that? Mr. Ola, yes, really, the car existed, and I've just said to the Commission members that this car was bought by my wife's sister at the expense of her husband. That another car was also bought using funds of the sister's husband. The sister's husband has a good education. He studied abroad, among other things. He always had managerial positions. As of the moment of the purchase of this car, if I remember correctly, he was the general director of Kieberhoff company. So his salary was more than sufficient to buy not only this car, but also to spend on funds as their own discretion. Okay, thank you. I understand. Another question in this regard. Tell me, please, you and your family had a car at that time, or was this the only car? We had Audi manufactured in 2002. We used that car. It was too small for us when we had to transport children's things, so that we could have a more convenient transportation mode. So that's why probably to increase the comfort level, my wife's father talked to his another daughter, and of course this issue was resolved like this. Okay, thank you. In this regard, I have no more questions. Colleagues, maybe you have questions about this particular part of the conversation. Yes, please, Donatas.
Just to clarify, Mr. Tatarinov, can you tell us how old was the car, Toyota, I mean, when it was handed to you? And what was the value of this car?
The car was manufactured in 2008. We got the right to use this car in October of 2012. The value of the car, we did not estimate it because it was not our ownership and there was no need to do that. And I was not convinced how long I would be able to use it.
So if there are,
Більше немає запитань.
Do we have any other questions?
I think Jim wanted to intervene. Go ahead, Jim.
I was actually going to move on to another issue, but okay. Mr. Tatarinov, since 2016, you and your family have been entitled to use an apartment with a total area of 113 square meters in Kyiv. The apartment belongs to your father, I believe. Is this correct?
Yes, correct.
But I gather that it wasn't, the value of the apartment was not in your declarations for the period 2015 to 2023. Is that correct?
Все правильно.
Yes, correct.
Perhaps you could explain why it was absent from those declarations and give us some information about the legal basis for your father's acquisition of the apartment and the sources of funds for its purchase.
Дякую, Джиммі, за запитання.
Thank you, Jim, for your question.
З приводу проживання
With respect to living in this apartment, yes, indeed, since 2016, my father has owned this apartment. This apartment was bought by him at his using his own income that he obtained in the form of salary, bonuses, maybe some funds that he accumulated as savings at the expense of foreign trips. My father was the key technological specialist at JC factory in Frunze. He spent a lot of time on business trips, and he had quite a good salary that allowed him to accumulate savings. With respect to circumstances and the need to buy this apartment, then approximately starting from 2014, the financial condition of the enterprise started worsening. So my father planned approximately since 2016 terminate his labor relations in that enterprise, and he planned to move to Kyiv to work together with other employees from his factory in Kyiv at some other enterprises. But the management and the enterprise where he worked asked him not to resign, and for almost 3 years he stayed working at that enterprise. Why he took this decision, I asked him, and he told me that approximately for 40 years he worked at that enterprise. Before that, my grandfather worked at the same enterprise, and my mother worked there as well. So basically, they had the whole dynasty there. So the fate of the enterprise, he was not indifferent to that. And given the events that happened after 2014, 2016, later on, the financial situation at the enterprise completely worsened. And in 2018, they terminated all relations with the enterprise. And given that I moved together with my family to Kyiv, upon his advice, I used this opportunity to live in his own apartment.
Okay. We understand that quite a lot of money was spent by you on furnishing the apartment. The number we have is $20,000. Could you please explain perhaps where that sizable sum came from?
У мене заробітна плата дозволила
My salary allowed me to accumulate this particular amount while being in Kyiv. When I worked in the prosecutor's office of Sumy region, so of course I managed to accumulate some savings as well, which I had, but of course in these funds that I had a savings from my salary, I could accumulate this amount and basically conduct repairs and furnishing. Why my father allowed me to do that? Because he took a decision that within 3 years he was not going to move from Sumy to Kyiv. So that's why I was responsible for this issue.
Colleagues, if you have any further questions to ask on this subtopic, please go ahead.
Jimmy, if I may. Mr. Tatarinov, you started discussing a little bit the professional evolution of your father, and you explained to us why you think, according to him, that he stayed in that company. But then can you elaborate a little bit on what happened after he left the company? Did he go in a private space, or did he open a company? If yes, with whom? Have you ever had concerns about these aspects of his professional life?
Дякую, пані Лаура,
Thank
за
you,
запитання.
Madam Laura, for your
Ні,
question.
мого батька після
No,
того,
my
як
once my
у
father
2019 році
resigned in 2019, he was really dedicated to that enterprise, and he stopped working. He got his retirement due to the age, and of course he stayed living in Sumy, and he was basing his daily life based on the status of the retired man. And he had no connection to any business. He did not start any companies, and he was not working after that at all.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, Mr. Tatari.
Дозвольте ще одне запитання в продовження того питання, яке підняв пан Джеймс. Ви сказали про те, що ви безпосередньо займалися ремонтом.
You said that you did the refurbishment of the apartment. As far as I understood, you used your own money. Yes, I actually was organizing the repair works of the apartment. And of course, I could do some repair works in the apartment, which were minor repairs. So I could do the floor. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just asked about the financial side of this question. Who invested into the repair works of this apartment? I did, and I have explained it already. Why I ask you this question? From the information which is available to the Commission, and taking into account the financing of your family, your income, your savings, the amount did not change within the time. That's why I'm asking you. You said that you have been saving this money and you have been supporting your family. The repair works were quite expensive, but your income did not change. Could you please explain? Speaking about my salary, when I was in Kyiv, was up to $90,000. This is together with my wife's salary. We understood that we would need to have some spendings for the family, and we need to spend money for supporting our family. We calculated and found out that we can make it, that we have enough money. Thank you. Then let me continue, because I have another concern. In 2023, you have received a license to practice law as a lawyer. Is that correct? Yes, it is. You also indicated your working place in Sumy. You also indicated the name of the street and number of the house. On what legal grounds you are using these premises? Are you renting these premises? What is the value of the rent? What is the cost of the rent? Could you please tell us? This premises is owned by my father. He inherited these premises from his parents, and when I decided that I need a workplace, I addressed my father with a request. We have concluded the rent agreement, and I'm paying 1,500 hryvnias for using these premises as my workplace. I have all documents available. According to the declaration requirements, the right to use should also be reflected. Could you please explain why did you fail to indicate this right of use in your declarations? This agreement was signed for practicing law. I have not been residing in these premises. You can see this address in the Register of Lawyers, the single register of lawyers. I'm not hiding anything, it's not a secret information. And of course, you can find this address in other public registers as well. That's why I did not indicate these premises in my declarations, only those which we are using to live or temporarily lived in, or my family owned these premises objects. Well, declaration should not only reflect the places you live. It also includes the agreements for the right to use, renting agreements, and so on. That's why Commission was concerned that you did not indicate this information. Dear colleagues, do you have any other questions as to this block?
Джеймс, будь ласка.
Yes, thank you. Okay. According to your declarations for 2020 and 2021, you received social benefits from Kyiv City Center for the calculation payment of social benefits. Is this correct?
Yes, it's correct.
And during the same period, your wife received social benefits from the same place. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And in 2023, you received a pension and a subsidy from the main department of the Pension Fund of Ukraine. Is that true? Perhaps you could explain on what legal grounds were you and your spouse granted such benefits in 2020 and 2021?
Thank you for the question, James. Speaking about social benefits in 2020, we have 3 children, and before the youngest child will be 6 years old, my wife had all legal grounds to get the social benefits from the state. Speaking about myself, when I introduced myself, I've mentioned that I participated in the anti-terroristic operation. I'm a war veteran. And of course, I'm entitled for the compensation of my residence, and that's why I indicated this monetary compensation in my declaration. When I ended my service in 2021, I had the right to retire, and I used this opportunity. When I completed my 25 years of service, I decided to retire and reflected this monetary pension in my declaration.
My colleagues, any other questions on this topic?
Well, I would like to go back a little bit, maybe Mr. Tatarinov, to your father, because I asked you if he had participations in any private company, and you said no. Let's clarify it also for the benefit of our viewers, can you explain a little bit how much was your father making when he was working, so that we understand how can this correlate with the property that he had, which is quite significant? And again, can you put it on the record if your father has any connection with the company LLC Aficom? And what is the connection of your father with Mr. Balashov, if any?
Дякую, пані Лауро, за запитання.
Thank you, Laura.
Питання мені зрозуміло.
The question is clear. The income of my father was about $2,000 per month in equivalent. And of course, he had some savings, which were allocated for him for business trips. Speaking about private structures, my father had no relation to private companies or structures. Maybe there are some separate agreements for different works or services when he used to work on the position in his main place of work. Mr. Balashov, I tried to Google the name of this person. He is the head of the political party 510, and also he is a blogger. I can confirm that neither me nor my father has no relation to this citizen. Other persons with the family name Balashov that I could find were a scientist, a private entrepreneur, or somebody. We also don't know these people. If you have any details about this person, I will gladly answer these questions. And during what period of time did your father earn the money you just said? What period was it? It was a long-term period. Starting from 2000, my father had a managerial role. He did engineering, designing, maintenance of gas processing systems and gas supply systems. And that's why his salary was quite high. I can't specifically say in what month and how much he received. Maybe even he earned more, I'm not sure. But he managed to save the money he had. And we never had any problems to support his parents, my mother, because they had enough money, enough savings, and enough income he had received during his period of work.
I think Donatas has
Thank you.
And he's been waiting for a while, so Donatas.
Yes, no problem. Thank you so much. So coming back to this apartment, so basically what you said, your father earned about like 2,000 per month. At the time of the acquiring of this apartment, the value was more than $200,000 US, because it's a big apartment. It's 114 square meters. So I just find it hard to believe, and please convince me that I'm wrong, but your father put almost all his lifetime savings, because it's like 100 months salary, just keeping aside, not letting everything, anything for himself, to buy the apartment, which is obviously very big and very expensive. And I mean, maybe it's too big for him alone, or him with his wife to live. And he don't even live in this apartment. I just find it hard to believe that your father would use his all lifetime expenses to buy the apartment he doesn't need. Please convince me.
Дякую, Доната, за запитання.
Thank you, Donatas.
Квартира не коштувала 200 тисяч. Якщо
The cost of the apartment was not $200,000. As my father explained it to me, the amount was less than 150,000. Secondly, in the beginning of our interview, I have informed you that my father wanted to buy this apartment for himself. He had plans to move to Kyiv, and he was planning this in advance, before 2016. As many employees that used to work with my father in 2000, some later moved to Kyiv, were employed in the company in Kyiv and working in the same field as my dad, but in Kyiv, he also wanted to do it. But my father had some thoughts and had some attitude to the company where he used to work in, and also he had to take care about his elderly parents. He decided not to move to Kyiv, and this money was enough for him in order to move and buy the apartment. Given the fact that my mother also worked her whole life, she had some savings as well. She earned them. I'm also an independent person. I also earned money. I didn't need any support from my father, as well as my brother. And I had enough family in order to support two people. And in my opinion, this money was enough to buy this apartment we were talking about. Also, my parents have a land plot, a summer house where they grow vegetables, fruits, and this also gives an opportunity to save money and just not to spend them for food products, for vegetables, fruits, especially in the conditions of the market relations. Then let me continue, dear colleagues. Mr. Roman, Donatas did not ask this question by accident. It is also important to mention that your father has a lot of property. It includes 4 apartments, 2 houses, 3 land plots and not 1. He also owns a car, which is relatively expensive. How can you explain in this context that your father had enough money to buy this property and the apartment mentioned by Mr. Donatas? Thank you, Oleg, for the question. The first apartment he bought was obtained in 1990s. To be precise, it was 1986-1987 when the documents were released for this apartment. It was a corporate apartment, by the way. My parents fully paid for this apartment in the 1990s, and they have earned this money to buy this apartment when they worked in the plants, in the factories, and received salary. Speaking about a land plot, father used the right to obtain a land plot. It was also in the 90s. It was received by him outside Sumy, and my parents and I, when I used to live with them, used this land plot to plant vegetables and fruits. Now we are moving to the house. This is the house with a garden. He inherited this house and land plot from his parents.
фактично від його батька
They
та
did not have any
матері
brothers and sisters. That's why I was only heir. I'm sorry, my dad was the only heir. Speaking about my mother, she had a brother, and he had good works, he had high salaries, and he managed to earn enough money. He used to work outside Ukraine. Before 1996, he worked in Russian Federation in Krasnoyarsk Krai, and they made exploration of minerals, something like that. And also processed timber. I'm not completely sure what was his main business about, because when he moved to Russia Federation, I was still young, and I did not ask my brother questions about his activity. He also died young. He was about 52 years old, and money that he brought from this country, he left to his mother, meaning my grandmother.
Зароблені саме ним, він намагався придбати своє власне житло після повернення з Російської Федерації в 90-х.
When he came back from Russia in 1996, his mom, my grandmother, lived with him for some time, and later my mother inherited this apartment where they lived in, and later this apartment was sold as well. The grandmother, along with her son, the brother of my mother, had an intent to move to Sumy, because there were much more jobs there. That's how he decided to have his own place, to start a family, and to have his mother, so my grandmother, just next to him, living not far away from him. As a result of his death, the money was taken by my grandmother, and then she gave it over to her daughter. But there were some misunderstandings, indeed, why she kept the money so long. We didn't know. And when we realized that when she reached a certain age and she couldn't live by her own, she offered my mother to do the same as what her son actually had offered earlier. And then my parents bought the 3-room apartment of about 70 square meters, and with the money that my grandfather had provided, they bought a small apartment nearby. My grandfather realized that either him or his wife, so my grandmother, may die earlier, so to be able to take care of him, of her, and if the children are nearby, then it's better to take care of the parents. The grandmother lived for long afterward, and still we have these 2 apartments in Sumy. In one building, and my father and my mother still use those apartments. Thank you for your answer. Since September 2023, you've been working as an associate professor in the Department for National Security and Public Management in the State Institute of Intellectual Technologies. What subject do you teach? I teach IT law, international humanitarian law, and general law. So these are the 3 key subjects. And your dissertation for the title of PhD, what was the specialization? Labor law.
В цьому університеті немає предметів за вашою спеціальністю?
This university, do they have a subject according to your specialization? Why aren't you teaching the subject according to which you defended your dissertation? Well, this is a really technology university. A lot of subjects are related to IT, programming, IT technology, and the students don't need deep knowledge about the law or labor law or social law. They need rather knowledge regarding the legal support, law support of technology. And also there is a special unit that I try to share with them. I explain to them what's going to happen after they graduate, what kind of contract relationship they may have, or engagement relation they may have, employment relation they may have. So this is what I can share with them, because I know about it since I wrote the dissertation, and I'm happy to share this knowledge with my students. Those subjects that you mentioned, do you have any articles, any publications? Yes, when I joined this school, I wrote several articles on the international humanitarian law, IT law, and financial security in the farming business.
Рішень, коли вже розпочалися події дослідження подій 22-го року.
And when these notorious events in 2022 started, I kind of started to get deeper into these issues. Yeah, thank you, Donatas. Yeah.
Dear colleagues, and I'll move to you, Donatas, in a second. I just want to let you know that we went a little bit after the 30-minute deadline. Of course, we have this flexibility, but just to let you know that at some point we need to move also to the professional side. Donatas?
Yes, thank you so much. I just would like to ask some questions regarding the integrity, since the candidate mentioned a lot, the integrity in his introduction. And can you please give a specific example from your professional career, as you've been working a lot in a state fiscal service as a prosecutor, etc., that demonstrates your integrity, but very particular example, which would give us an understanding that in that particular situation you took a very honest decision, or you took some very honest move, and that would prove your integrity. Thank you.
Дякую за запитання, пан
Thank you for the question, Donatas. I want to inform you that over my lengthy career, I've always been abiding by the principles of integrity and fairness and honesty. It can be confirmed with the fact that there are no media reports alleging my lack of integrity. It can be also seen on...
Sorry, I need to interrupt you. I'm looking for a very specific example, very specific situation, but not overall picture of you. Yeah, we understand that you said that you have very strong integrity, but just for me to understand, can you describe a very specific real life situation where you were in your working career, which would prove to me that you have this particular feature?
Дякую, Донатас. Звісно, для мене, як для людини, це може бути недійсно, як кажуть, приємне відчуття, тому
Well,
що я
it may be an unpleasant situation for me because when such decisions were made, I was on the one side in the position where I had my deep beliefs and thoughts. On the other side, I had to make management decisions. So I can inform you that a person that is very close to me, with whom I'm still friends, this is a person, he was a manager in an enterprise, and this enterprise was subjected to investigation under allegations of tax avoidance. And I was the head of the main investigative department in the state fiscal service back then. And I think you all understand that it would be enough for me to call as a manager, supervisor, and ask for a particular decision, but I didn't do it. That case was referred to court, and then this person I'm referring to was defending his rights during the trial. So this is what kind of experience I've had.
Can you be a little bit more particular? So somebody you know applied to you asking to make you some kind of unlawful decision or to help with a case? So what happened? Can you just be a bit more specific?
Пане Донатас, він мене ні про що не просив.
Well, he never asked me. He knew I wouldn't do it. But based on some internal...
Can you describe the situation itself? Because I'm just finding it hard to understand. So what was the situation? What happened?
Директор підприємства.
A director of a company
заплатив податки.
paid taxes in a wrong way. The regional unit considered these actions as intent to avoid taxes. There was a case file registered. There was a suspicion under Article 12 of the Code of Conduct of Ukraine, Criminal Code of Ukraine. And as a result, the person was indicted and the case was referred to court under allegations of the tax avoidance. It was a lengthy procedure, and he defended his innocence in court. If I didn't have integrity, I could have used my right, to make a call and influence the procedure. And in this case, my friend would not have had to deal with these lengthy court procedure sessions and would not have had to defend his innocence. Does that make it clearer for you?
But did he ask any of your help?
Він мене не просив про
He
допомогу.
didn't.
So how did you know that this procedure for your friend is in process?
Я, звісно, знаю ті кримінальні провадження.
Well, I know what cases we have based on the level of authorities I had in my work. I saw this information when I discharged my duties, when I could see the progress of all the cases investigated by the investigators of the State Fiscal Service in Ukraine. I personally saw it.
Okay, Mr. Tatarinov, have you ever made a phone call to or gave any other instructions to your subordinates just to terminate the case or influence the case?
Таких фактів не було.
No, never.
Okay, so then how do you know that if it never happened, how do you know that your phone call would be enough in this case to help your friend?
Я достатньо довго працюю в системі
I've been working in the law enforcement system for quite a while. I know what can happen, what can't. And based on the situation I'm referring to, I knew that if I had done something, that would have brought a result if I wanted to cross that line.
Okay, but do you believe that your subordinates would not question your let's say, supposedly wrong not proposal, but wrong decision to terminate the case? They wouldn't question it. They would do whatever the head would say.
У мене немає відповіді на це питання.
I don't have this answer to this question. I don't know how a particular subordinate would have acted. So, if it had happened, we could be talking about that. But I just gave you an answer based on scope of authorities I had and the opportunities I had and possible influence I had. How a particular subordinate would have acted, I don't know.
Okay, thank you so much.
Dear colleagues, if you don't disagree, I suggest we move forward to the interview on professional background, unless you have burning questions on the first part of the interview. I don't see any raised hands, so over to you, Mr. Tatarinov. You already touched upon a little bit in your previous presentation. We'll give you 5 more minutes to point out to any previous experience that in your view makes you a good candidate to occupy the position of the head of the Bureau for Economic Security. Over to you, please.
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you,
Laura,
for the question.
хочу сказати про те, що я дійсно маю той
I would like to say that I have gained unique and theoretical and practical experience because I've started as a regular investigator when I could investigate, these cases. And as I was getting promoted, I took other kind of higher positions that entailed more experience and more work. And then when I moved to the prosecutor's office, I worked in the tax police for 7 years, and then I continued working as an investigator in the prosecutor's office, and I investigated into other type of crimes related to corruption and continued investigating economic crimes. I also took positions related to prosecutorial supervision. Before 2012, it was supervision of criminal cases. I dealt with pre-trial investigations, minor investigations. I also have prosecutorial skills of intelligence gathering, operative work, how it is done in the security service of Ukraine, because the positions I had kind of suggested having the skills. And I also was a head of a unit, so I know how to organize work of my staff. I also have had experience in the state fiscal service as a supervisor, as a manager, and I organized regional offices that gave me also a chance to build the norms, to establish norms, and or oversee the performance and progress or investigation of regional offices and the investigators of the state police there. And also, I used to be head of the main investigative department in the State Fiscal Service of Ukraine, which helped me to develop into kind of mature individual. And I always combined my work with the development of my personal skills. I already informed the commissioners about the degrees that I gained, and they kind of combine the skills that I have in the and the knowledge in the area of economy, general management, law, and I obtained this knowledge outside of Ukraine as well. I informed the commissioners about this fact and provided appropriate documents. So I believe that I have sufficient and unique expertise and competencies that are required for this position, which is really important for our country.
Great. Let me move from there, because as one of the lead questioners, I would like to move this forward. The ESBU is the target here, and you are interviewing for the position of running it. So give us briefly what you see as the three main challenges, the three main problems that the ESBU is facing. Briefly.
First of all, there is such a problem right now, that is the lack of understanding among business as to what is BES is doing, what criteria we have for the evaluation of the initiation of the criminal proceeding, the problem and the role of analytical materials that can be a ground for the start of the pretrial investigation are not understood. Besides, there is a problem regarding human resources. Overall, there is a political and public distrust to this institution, and starting from 2021, when the first competition took place, the expectations that existed with respect to this body that would unite all the functions related to economic security of Ukraine were not realized. Criminal proceedings are still investigated in a fragmented way by different law enforcement bodies, and this way it is also one of the challenges. And of course, the key issue is trust. The institution right now is quite closed, non-transparent, and that does not provide the possibility to understand the processes that are happening inside the institution, and they are not measurable. So right now, we cannot say how we can measure the level of trust to the BES, and all of these issues should be discussed by all stakeholders. They have to have the possibility to discuss this. These problems have to be communicated, discussed. From time to time, there should be raised issues about the ways of how to address these issues. Both representatives of public institutions and representatives of business, and of course, international institutions on which we rely in terms of providing the possibility to process all of these issues, have to be involved into the discussion. Yes, Madam Laura, I see you've raised your hand.
Yes, but I don't want to interrupt my colleagues. So, Jim, unless you want to continue on this question, I would also have a different question.
A different question?
Yes.
All right. Okay, then give me another minute, if you may. Assuming that these are all good starting points for change, what in your previous experience would convince us that you would be capable of carrying out even one of these? Let's say the trust question, the lack of transparency, opening up the organization, as it were.
По-перше, ми повинні
First of all, we have to conduct complete reloading of the BAS based on conditions of full transparency and comprehensiveness, so that staffing issues are resolved openly through transparent competitions. That can be the first stage for the public to really trust in impartiality and transparency, and professionals who can come after winning this right exclusively based on their integrity, competence, and those human qualities that give them the possibility to do that. Of course, openness towards the society, the possibility to measure the level of trust. That's not merely about some social surveys, like just asking by means of some social studies or surveys. These will be much more universal decisions regarding the possibility to establish criteria as to what is understood by trust. This will be about open dashboards that will allow open communication with stakeholders interested in transparency and activities of the body. And this way, in the process of discussing and setting up criteria, it will allow us to give some conclusions, and then we can see what the level of trust and whether it is increasing or, of course, decreasing if we are taking some non-transparent, non-effective decisions. Of course, in turn, I would model it not only based on those KPIs that exist now about the process of evaluation. I would start, if we are talking about changes, I would start introducing some objectives. The positive example of that is the activity of such bodies as NACP. These methods are implemented both in the government of the UK and other countries. Right now, I know that in the Ministry of Digital Transformation, they are also moving towards the use of these methods. And this way, I could understand the baseline point as to what is now and how it should look like in the future. Of course, I'm talking about the fact that this body is not working on its own in vacuum. Of course, it works in interaction with other bodies, and there are some points of interaction with other structures, both inside the country, that is the State Service of Financial Monitoring, the Ministry of Economy, on which I also count to be able to understand processes in the shadow economy, so that not we would each independently be trying to do something. We need to see it comprehensively, and we need to do everything possible to achieve some specific goals and objectives in order to improve the investment climate and improve economy in the country in general.
Well understood. Thank you very much. So what in your this is a very large answer, and what in your background and experience would convince us that you would be capable of carrying something like that out?
Мені доводилося під час
I had well, in my professional career, in my work, I had from time to time to change the place of work. Based on my autobiography, which I have provided to the members of the Commission, it's possible to reach a conclusion that in about 7 years, I'm changing the direction and I'm trying to strengthen and to undertake the larger scope of work every 7 years, more or less. Of course, when I take such a decision, I'm trying to I'm not trying to take away lots of people after me. I mean that I have sufficient professionalism and internal strengths that allow me to clearly form rules of conduct in a new team that allow me to follow those principles of integrity, ethics that can form the culture inside the new team. That's why, based on those basic skills, knowledge, I hope that after all, they will be sufficient for me to face a bigger challenge, because I understand that this position is, of course, more responsible. It has more challenges for me personally, but I'm convinced that having this goal and having those competencies that I have, having those criteria that allow me to form a transparent, ethical team, team with integrity, I will be able to act for the sake of Ukraine and for the profit of its economy.
Thank you. Over to Laura now.
Thank you very much, Jim. So, sir, I've been looking at your curriculum vitae, and I see indeed that you are moving from institution to institution and then to private sector. We know that there has been a large-scale reform of the prosecution service in Ukraine that started 2014, 2015. I see that you left the prosecution office. Is there any reason, can you explain this move from the prosecution office to the fiscal service around the same time? Was there discussion about reducing the number of the prosecutors in Sumy region? Is there in any way a correlation between these two events?
Thank you for your question so much, Laura. Really, for me, it was a very difficult decision. No prerequisites for the decision to leave the prosecutor's office did not exist at all. I was the head of the department that was responsible for supervision over compliance with the laws by the Security Service of Ukraine, State Customs Service, State Fiscal Service during the pre-trial investigation and during operational and search activities. And thanks to my actions, among other things, those events which we faced, I don't even want to talk about them because we know about them. So we never had these instances on the territory of Sumy region because all actions were taken in order to have everything according to the law without any manifestations like that. Of course, my transfer to the State Fiscal Service was related exclusively to my personal challenges. I knew that the reform in the tax police was ongoing. In the tax service, there was the reform. There were the first developments starting from 2012. Back then, they tried to transform it into the State Financial Investigation Service. And back then, I expected that I would observe these challenges in the processes, and I wanted to take active part in that. That did not happen back then, but while continuing performing my direct duties at my position, I took all possible participation in roundtables, into the discussions that took place in task forces and committees of the parliament. I also provided some explanations at the meeting of the Cabinet of Ministers in connection with activity, and I understand those concepts and challenges that are formed by the business ombudsman with respect to public bodies and law enforcement bodies that are related to the sphere of economy. And I think that, and I hope that it will be yet another challenge for me, similarly to what I had in 2015.
No, but I wanted to understand this because in our countries, usually you move from a more administrative to a more investigative position, and then you move to a prosecution position. I haven't really seen the other way around. So that was my question. Why would you give up a position quite significant in the prosecution office to move to the state fiscal service? And what you said is that a reform was ongoing in the state fiscal service, and that's what motivated you. But then you also moved from the state fiscal service back in 2021. You leave the public service. Why did you make this move?
Перше, в 2015
I would like to repeat that nothing forced me to leave the prosecutor's position. I was moving I changed the position that was related to more challenges, to more duties, and that allowed me to introduce some positive changes. So that's why I'm telling that it was a very difficult decision for me, and it was not related in any way to some other reasons regarding reform in the prosecutor's office. And these are two institutions that work in parallel. They sort of perform different functions. For example, the investigative unit worked with the organization of investigative actions and control over the quality of investigating actions by investigators. And they are quite interrelated. So I cannot say that one structure is sort of in a more privileged position while the other is less privileged. Probably it was more like a combination of all the qualities. And given that during 7 years since 2020, I worked in investigative positions in the tax police back then. And so I understood what I would be doing in the state fiscal service. And I did not think that it was some sort of a demotion or based on these considerations. In 2021, you've asked this question about this change. That was already related to the complete liquidation of the state fiscal service that kept exclusively the functions of the tax police. It was reorganized. The separate functions were delegated to the state fiscal service, and there was the separate state customs service. The state fiscal service was liquidated as it existed back then. All the employees were dismissed. Basically, it concerned me as well. I was not an exception regarding that. In 2021, I took part in the competition for the position of the Director of Bureau of Economic Security. Of course, during that period of time, I decided for myself that when there would be a next competition, which we have right now, that during this period of time, I have to improve my competences, skills, knowledge, and to prove to myself that I can deal with this challenge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tatarinov. Colleagues, just to let you know that we have 13 more minutes to reach 1 hour and a half, not 1 hour. So over to you.
Yeah. If I can ask, and before my question, can I ask you, Mr. Tatarinov, to be as precise as possible when answering the questions, because your answers very vague and very elaborated, but can you be as specific as possible? because we have limited time. So you've been talking, back to the Jim's questions, you've been talking about changing the culture when you came to the new positions and et cetera, et cetera. Can you give me a very particular example? What administrative tools to enhance the process efficiency have you used when you in your professional history, and what was this tool and how it helped you to manage the entity? Thank you. In particular for the process efficiency.
Дякую. Дякую.
Thank you,
Донат, за запитання.
Donatas, for your question. When I worked in the state fiscal service, where my position allowed me to perform broader authorities and to form the culture, I managed to conduct some generalization so that I could form the culture of proper perception by young investigators as to how they need to properly investigate criminal proceedings, how to comply with human rights. And this way we started...
I'm talking about the process efficiency, not the culture, but process efficiency.
That's Minister Donas. I wanted to provide the example that these summarizing processes under my management, we tried to build the standards that would allow to have this clarity in investigative actions, because we were significantly criticized by the business community and by the business ombudsman regarding the fact that some investigative actions are not typical, that they were different from processes, and of course that did not allow to talk about effectiveness. So the first developments were initiated back when I started doing that at this position. Thanks to these templates of standards, we could talk about those specific KPIs. We could talk about the investigator did not do on time, what the investigator could have done in a more quality way. We could talk about foreseeable results that would be achieved through investigative actions. Because one of the criterion which happened because of the fact that the tax police stopped working, it happened because of the lack of effectiveness. That's about the number of criminal proceedings for tax evasion.
Okay, understood, Mr. Tatarinov. So how did you measure the process enhancement, so on effectiveness after you implemented, as you say, standards and templates? So what has changed and how did you measure it?
Ми розуміли чітко кількість кримінальних проваджень за певними категоріями, які у нас були на початку певного періоду.
The number of proceedings that we had at the beginning of the period we knew it. We also knew how much was sent to the court, how much was closed, how many people were exempted from criminal responsibility. And we also understood what investigative activities are required in order to get the expected result. And if we are talking about exemption from criminal responsibility, then we have one procedure. People who admit themselves or plead guilty before the suspicion is announced, they are exempted from paying taxes, and we can observe different stages. We can witness them. When this procedure was started, we understood how much time we need to conduct investigative activities, how much time is needed to complete the pre-investigative activities. Because the terms in the criminal procedural code are quite vague, and it's difficult to measure this term. And the question of exact activities which needs to be conducted and forecast the result and enhance the qualitative and quantitative side.
Okay, thank you.
I have one other question. I know we're running short of time. Laura, if I may.
Yes, we have 7 more minutes maximum. So if this could be probably the last question, or if we have another one, pressing one, we can take it. Jim.
Okay. Thank you. This is a position that's going to be highly political in nature. It's not just a bureaucratic position. There's going to be a lot of pressure from externally, as well as from below. So can you give us an example of when a senior official, let's say if you were the head of this agency and you received a phone call or pressure from somebody at the highest levels, asking you to drop a case, interfere in a case, or interfere in the process, how would you handle that?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you, Jim, for the question.
Питання доволі цікаве.
The question is quite interesting. Amid the realities that we have in Ukraine, we understand that such cases can happen, and there is a high probability that they will happen. But I understand that the authority of the agency itself depends on how the head or the director can stand on his grounds and stand for the interests of the institution. And in this, it is interesting to get insight into the processes related to the functions of the organization and the director. Of course, I will answer such calls, but I will be persistent to fulfill all functions correctly and properly to avoid any political pressure and influences. And of course, I will take different means in order to answer correctly to the high political person or a minister, not to interfere into the process.
Colleagues, do we have any other questions for Mr. Tatarinov? Okay, I see no other questions. Therefore, we want to thank you very much, Mr. Tatarinov, for being with us today. You will be informed, as everybody else will be informed of the outcome of this competition. But it was a real pleasure to interact with you today and have this very open conversation. Thank you very much. If you wanna say something to the commission, if you have some last remarks, maybe you wanna point out to something that we haven't touched upon during our conversation, please feel free. We still have about 2 minutes.
Пані Лаура, я прошу за регламентом, я можу до 1 хвилини висловитися з заключним словом для того, щоб...
I'm sorry, we did not get translation. May we check with the translator why did that happen?
Схоже, сплутали канали. В українському каналі ми чуємо англійський переклад, а в англійському, очевидно, чуєте український.
I don't understand, but I suppose you're talking about the channel for translation. I am on English and I heard all the interviews so far, but now I'm not getting translation.
The same for me.
Just a minute, please. Thank you, Laura.
Can you repeat, Mr. Tatarinov, because now we have translation.
Дуже дякую. Хотів би звернутися з заключним словом відповідно до...
I would like to make my last
І, звісно,
I have this right. I would like to, first of all, say thank you for organizing this competition, being sincere, open, and for making your contribution into the development of our country, state institutions, and so on. And from myself, I would like to inform you that I'm, as a candidate for the position of a director of BES, I understand the level of challenges, and I see more opportunities for the development. I know how to be an independent, effective, how to create an independent body. And if we have a strategical thinking 2030, it would be the effect.
Органів, які займаються саме розслідуванням і економічних злочинів, і є аналітичними центрами в обміну інформацією.
Are analytical centers which provide information on
питання, які стосуються
criminal
легалізації
cases.
коштів, здобутих шляхом. Ну, і я бачу для себе це можливість формування через
And for myself, I see this as an opportunity to develop the state through the fair process, transparent process, to get these strategic goals. We want to work for the benefit of Ukraine, for the common interest, organizing the culture, development of professionalism, respect to business through transparent process, effective work.
Бюро економічної безпеки, взяти на себе її відповідальність.
I'm ready to do all my best for the work of BES, to take the responsibilities on relaunching the work of BES. I'm ready to work for the benefit of Ukrainian people, and this is my ambitious goal. Roman, thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately, we need to stop you here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Tatarinov. We'll keep you informed of the developments in this selection process. Thank you. You are now free to disconnect. Explain in the beginning is how this interview will be structured. I know you received also some information from us in writing. So we'll start by a short introduction from your side for about 2 minutes. Then we will have the first discussion on integrity aspects. Then for about half an hour, then we're going to have the floor over to you again for a presentation of your personal background and of the main issues that are actually essential in qualifying you for the future position of the head of the Bureau for Economic Security. And afterwards, we will have a conversation on professionalism with the Commission. Our goal is to finish the interview in about an hour. However, we can go up to 1 hour and a half if need be. The most important thing is to clarify all the aspects, and you will understand that although we have had an exchange of information in writing, we may come back to the same issues again for the benefit of the whole society of Ukraine. This is a very open and transparent process. I think you have seen already that we have had not just nice conversations, but also more tense conversation. We do intend to keep the process very transparent till the end, because we understand how important transparency is and how important the position of the future head of the Bureau for Economic Security is for Ukraine. So to kick off this interview, I will give you the floor for about 2 minutes to introduce yourself to the Commission and to the wider audience, and then we'll start with questions. Over to you.
Good afternoon, dear Commission, dear viewers. I'm Shepetin Igor Alerovich. I'm the candidate for Director of BES.
Мені 38 років, закінчив школу та виріс в місті Бровари. У 2004 році я поступив до Національної юридичної академії Ярослава Мудрого.
In 2004, I started to study in Yaroslav Device University. In 2009, I graduated and started my career in the security service of Ukraine and the position of an investigator in the main investigative department. Then I dealt with operative work, mainly in the area of fight against corruption, organized crime. I went all the way from an operative to the supervisor of a unit. In 2014, when the war started, I was involved into the hostilities. I fought during the anti-terrorist operation. I was a head of a unit in the HQ of the ATO. I received the war combatant status, and then I moved to the State Fiscal Service, to the position of deputy head of the Department of Internal Security it was in Kyiv, and I got later promoted to the head of the main department in the Fiscal Service of Ukraine. Then I was transferred to the State Emergency Service, to the position of the head of Internal Security, Anti-Corruption. But unfortunately, the war started, and I volunteered to join the armed forces of Ukraine in March of 2022. I was appointed to the position of the commander of Battalion 135. I actually built this battalion. I built the entire team. We created a training center from the very beginning that helped us to train volunteers, so the people who didn't have military experience before. The battalion fought and took part in the combat facilities in Kyiv region. And since June 2022, it was in Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, Yampoliv, Torsk settlements close to Bakhmut. We fought during the last months of the fight for Bakhmut. My unit was the last to leave the Bakhmut area. I was injured then my battalion continued to fight. My fellow soldiers are still fighting, and I was transferred to the security service of Ukraine following the instruction of my supervisors, and now I'm serving in the security service of Ukraine, main directorate for the protection of critical infrastructure. I have a good family. I love my wife. I have 3 children. I'm a president of the youth boxing club. I am a founder of a civil society organization called Veterans Volunteers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shepetin, for this brief introduction. Maybe we can start with questions. Tatiana, do you want to start? Yes.
Дякую. Так, дякую, пані Лаура.
Yes, thank you, Laura.
Пане Шепетін,
Mr. Shapatin.
я дозволю собі пройтися по вашій декларації.
I want to check your declaration, and I'm looking at the declaration of 2016. Your wife received into her ownership a Mercedes-Benz car, producing
Однак у цій декларації ви не зазначаєте
2012, but
вартість цього автомобіля.
you failed to indicate the value of the
Так,
vehicle.
можливо, я не
Is that
зазначив
correct?
вартість у 2016 році.
Yes, I could have not indicated the value in 2016, indeed. And then you say that the value of the vehicle was about from $15,000 to $25,000.
Скажіть, будь ласка, на яких підставах ви визначили таку вартість?
How did you come up with this number?
Даний автомобіль це
This vehicle is a CLA make. It's not a luxury car. It was made in 2013, and it was bought later. It wasn't new, and is only basic line vehicle. I think that even the official Mercedes dealership, you can see that more or less the price is the same that I indicated. Maybe the price of the new car would be a little bit higher. Okay, then please explain to us the following. How come you issue the power of attorney for this vehicle, which according to your declaration was not in your possession? I couldn't have given this power of attorney because I didn't own it. My wife owned it. But you indicated that in 2013, you issued a power of attorney for the vehicle Mercedes-Benz 200 or made in 2013. But you started to own it only in 2016. No, I could not have given the power of attorney for that because I didn't own the vehicle. It was my wife who owned it. Okay. No, I need to clarify this point. Sorry, I mean, the working group didn't ask me this question. I didn't own this car, so I couldn't really dispose of it. Couldn't take any actions regarding this vehicle. Okay, maybe indeed this information is not accurate. Sorry for that if we failed to establish something.
Can I intervene here, Tatiana, if I may? Yeah. So please explain the situation of this car. We understand that this car belongs to your right? You bought it with she bought it, I should say. With
Ні, цей автомобіль придбала моя дружина.
My wife bought this vehicle, and she owned it. I indicated it in declaration for 2016 when the e-declaration was introduced. But I could not have issued any power of attorney for this vehicle because I didn't own it. So I didn't quite understand the question.
Let me ask the question. Maybe then it would become clearer. So the car was bought with 49,000 hryvnias, and it was sold later with 180,000 hryvnias. Can you explain a little bit how that happened? I think it's very rare that
Вибачте, так, я поясню це питання.
Okay, let me explain.
Yes, please.
Well, you kind of confuse vehicles. I need to clarify this point. You are talking, Ms. Lara, you're talking about the vehicle of Mitsubishi made in 2007 that was owned by my father, and it was sold in 2016. It was bought for 180,000 by my dad and was sold by 49,000. So maybe you're confusing the makes of the vehicles. You're meaning the Mitsubishi vehicle. The Mercedes vehicle was sold for higher price by my wife. I indicated it in my further declaration for 2018 or 19, if I remember correctly. The value was different. It was higher.
Yes, indeed, I'm talking about the Mitsubishi. Can you explain
мене
the
до
car
цього
increases in
запитували
value?
про
Yeah, because I was asked about Mercedes
Yes.
earlier.
щодо автомобіля Mitsubishi.
Okay, about this Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi was owned by my father.
Користувався вказаним
My
автомобілем
father
на постійній
used
основі.
this
Я
vehicle all the time, and I
за необхідності,
used it
потребував цього, чи
if
моя
I needed
родина
it, or if my
також
family
потребувала.
needed it.
Я маю хобі, там рибалка,
And
полювання.
also I like fishing and hunting, so I sometimes use it. That's why I indicated it in declaration. This vehicle, when it was made in 2007, and it was sold in 2016, so it was almost 10 years old by then. So it was quite old car. It needed some repairs. So I indicated the money, the value that my father informed me about. Thank you.
But did
Дозволите?
he indeed sell it for a higher price than the acquisition price? Is that the correct information?
Він придбав його за 180
No,
тисяч.
he bought it for 180,000 and then he sold it for 49,000 because the vehicle, had been used by then for quite a while.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. But when it comes to the car of your wife, can you explain how that was bought? Because we look at the incomes of you and your wife before the acquisition of the car, and we're trying to understand where the funds came from. Can you explain a little bit?
Так, я надавав також робочій групі пояснення.
Yes, I also gave explanation to the working group. My wife bought this vehicle in 2015, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
І вказаний автомобіль був придбаний за кошти, які вона заробила.
And it was purchased with the money that she had made. I have this statement 50K. She had been working since 2007. If you need, I can provide all the corroborating documents.
Цей автомобіль, можливо, навіть кращий, і вона мала можливість.
She had money to buy this vehicle, even a better vehicle. Also, she had some savings, some minor savings from her parents. So it's not a luxury car.
В принципі, якщо потрібні додаткові
So if you
пояснення.
need any additional explanations, I'm prepared to provide them to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt, Tatiana. We can go back.
Дякую, пані Лаура.
Thank you, Laura.
Пан Шепетін, поясніть нам, будь
Mr.
ласка.
Shepetin, could you please explain to us?
У декларації за 2019-2020
In your declaration for 2019-2020, indicate that you've been using Toyota Land Cruiser 200, made in 2018, owned by your father.
Право користування зазначеного автомобіля
The right to use this vehicle has been had since 2018. And the price indicated is 250,000 hryvnias, but according to the archives, in 2018, the car cost over 800. So, I mean, why is the difference? I mean, why did you buy the vehicle, which was 3 times lower at price than the archives indicate? Well, thank you. Indeed, my father owned this vehicle. He bought it after he sold the Mitsubishi. I think it was in 2018. And as to this vehicle, it was also made in 2008, so it was 10 years old by then. It was in unsatisfactory condition. There were some problems with the engine and with these moving parts. I'm not a mechanic. I can't explain better, but my father has his way with technology. And I explained in my explanations already that he bought spare parts that were needed. I physically helped him to repair the vehicle, and we used it because it's really off-road vehicle. We used this vehicle to together to go fishing and hunting. So the difference is there. I understand it. By the market value of this vehicle was the one I indicated, and my father provided me with documents, which I used to indicate the numbers in my declaration. Can you please specify how much money did you spend to repair the vehicle? I didn't spend any of my own money. My father spent $500, maybe a bit more, to buy spare parts. And there was a lot of manual work that was needed to be done. He did it himself. I helped him if he needed it. So, as I understand, your father sold this vehicle later. What was the price? I think it was, according to the documents that I indicated in the declaration, it was 840,000 hryvnia, if I remember correctly. Such a huge difference. Well, how can you explain it? I mean, you buy it and then you sell it three times at a 3 times higher price. Why? Did the vehicle become newer? Well, my father repaired it and then sold it. This is, market relationship. I understand your question, but I indicated the numbers in the declaration according to the documents I had. I mean, there was the buyer. Dear colleagues, does anyone have any other questions about it?
Yeah, I mean, in other conversations, we also heard this argument that the cars are bought in a very poor state, therefore they are cheaper than the market price. However, as you explained, your father invested about 500 euros, if I understood correctly, or dollars, in repairing the car. This would hint towards the fact that the poor condition was not that poor when the car was bought. So I guess I have one question: why would your father buy a car that is in a poor condition? And then how poor was the condition if indeed the car is used regularly with just a small investment of 500 euros and a lot of labor? I understand that, but...
Yes, I already explained it. I sometimes used it, and my father invested a lot of efforts in it to repair the vehicle. As to the spare parts, I indicated the price. So I think that, I covered it at length. Thank you.
But you agree that this is quite bizarre, that the car increases in value after being used, right? You bought it with the price, your father bought it with the price, then it was sold later at a much higher price. So this is not very...
Цей автомобіль високої
Yes,
прохідності.
this is an off-road vehicle. It was used by my father to go hunting and to go fishing.
Тому він досить суттєво там покращив ходову систему.
So he improved the condition of these moving parts very well. And there was the buyer who wanted to buy this car to use it for the same purposes. It wasn't a city use vehicle.
Can you elaborate a little bit on your parents' income? How much income did they have, and whether these incomes actually give them the possibility of acquiring this property? Talking about the cars, right? First, but also immovable property.
Так, дякую. Дякую за запитання.
Sure, okay, thank you. My parents are servicemen. My father had been serving since 1978. My mother had been serving since 1982. In 1998, my parents retired by age and by health condition, but they continued working.
Батько працював на керівних посадах.
My dad had management positions. They received an apartment, a 3-room apartment in Brovary from the government. I received the statements 5 OK since 1998. I have them on hand. If you need it, I can hand them over to you.
Батько займав керівні посади, він
My
заслужений працівник
dad
соціальної сфери,
took management positions.
працював в
He
адміністрації президента України.
worked in the administration of the president
Мама
of
також
Ukraine.
займала керівні посади.
My mother also
Вийшла на пенсію у
had managerial
2012
positions, and
році.
she
Батько працює
retired in,
по сьогоднішній день.
she's on pension in 2014, and my father continues working even today.
So your father is still working. Can you tell us where?
Батько працює
My
в центрі
father works in the Center Energo company.
енергетичній компанії.
It's an energy company, power company.
And your mother retired when?
У 2014 році
2014.
за станом здоров'я.
Yeah, because of your health condition.
Okay, just one more question about the cars, and maybe we
Мати,
can.
вони, вибачте, пані Лаура, вони
Sorry,
вийшли на
Miss
пенсію,
Laura. They
отримують військову пенсію,
Are receiving military, but they have been receiving military pension since 1998 when they retired from the service, but they continued working. And my mom continued working until 2014, but then she stopped. And my father continued working into
How much is a military pension in Ukraine, approximately?
Постійно індексація проходить. Ну,
Well, it's being reviewed regularly. Right now,
це, ну, досить непогана пенсія,
it's
я вважаю,
quite a
якщо
good
пенсійного
pension
віку.
for the
Мами,
parents
здається,
of
пенсія зараз
pension age.
приблизно
My mother's pension, I
20
think
тисяч
it's about
гривень.
20,000 hryvnia.
У батька
And my father's pension
трошки більше,
is a bit
25,
higher,
мабуть,
25, maybe even 30,000.
I understand. Maybe one more question about the cars, and then we can move forward. If we can come back to the Mitsubishi. So I understand it was sold for 49,000 hryvnias. Is that correct?
Здається, так.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, I think
And it
so.
was the transaction was a cash transaction. Is that correct?
Можливо, я не...
Probably, I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Because the question, you know what I'm hinting at, we have a threshold of 50,000 hryvnias for cash transactions. So I was wondering whether, how do you think an outside observer looks at a price which is 49,000 hryvnias when the limit of cash transaction is 50,000 hryvnias? Do you see something?
Ну, щодо автомобіля Mitsubishi, я думаю, що...
Well, about this Mitsubishi vehicle, given its condition, it was 10 years old. I remember it was in bad shape.
Вона була досить...
So I think this price was a token price, really,
Okay.
because it was in really bad condition. I don't think it is related with the matter you're referring to.
However, 2 years before that, you bought it, it was acquired for 180,000 hryvnias. Yeah, and it wasn't very much used. So in 2 years, it dropped from 180,000 to 49,000 hryvnias. Is that a regular depreciation?
Стан значно погіршився, тому
The
виникла така
condition
ситуація.
aggravated, the condition of the vehicle aggravated, so the father had to sell it.
Okay, thank you very much. Tatiana, over to you. Maybe we can move to other issues, unless our colleagues want to ask questions.
Дякую.
No, Tatiana.
Пан Шепетін, проясніть, будь ласка,
Mr. Shepetin,
ситуацію.
could you please explain to us the following situation? In 2021, your mother bought a townhouse in Kozin of 137 square meters for 396,000 hryvnia, or 14,700 US dollars, although the market value was about 7 million hryvnia, or $270,000.
Що ви можете сказати з цього приводу?
What can you tell us about it?
Дякую за запитання. Щодо вказаного...
Thank you for the question. As to this townhouse,
Вказаний будинок – це
this
одноповерховий будинок.
building is a one-story building. it's a half of one-story building.
Будинок, який був побудований в 2005
It was
році.
built in 2005, so for 15 years it had been standing there. As to the price you're referring to, this building and the land plot was purchased for about 700,000 grivn. As to the acquisition of this townhouse by my parents, I can say that the price can be affected by many factors. In particular, the availability of engineering networks. The price you're referring to in Kozin, maybe this price is for the houses that has lead like a pathway to the water, to the river, but this house doesn't. So this house didn't have the water supply back then. It didn't have any sewage networks. If you looked at the sale agreement that I provided to you, it suggested that there is a substation, so power substation, high voltage one, on the area, and that affects the price significantly because it leads to certain discomfort with the noise that it produces. My parents chose this location because it was convenient for them back then, and they purchased this townhouse according to the price that was there. I indicated the price that was indicated in the agreement, and it was notarized duly. Thank you.
Прошу,
But
пані
Mr.
Лаура.
Shatakin, we also are looking at the map of the area, and indeed it doesn't have an exit to the water, but it is quite close to the water. I mean, it's not kilometers away, it's a few, I would say, less than 50 meters from the water. And the house looks in a very good shape. If we look at the map dating back to May 2015. So again, do you think that this was a price that can be justified if we look at the market at that point?
Пані Лаура, ви, можливо, бачите на карті,
Ms. Laura, maybe
це не річка проходить.
what you are looking at the map, it's not a river which is close to the building. It's not. It's a canal. It's a canal.
Yes, it's a canal. Yes.
Так, там трошки, да, локація, ну, дуже
It's a
впливає.
canal, and the location affects the price. And everything that I mentioned, like this engineering networks. I mean, if you want to, I can invite you over to check it out, not only on the map, but physically.
Well, thank you for the invitation, and I hope one day we will have the opportunity to visit more often. Not necessarily you, but Ukraine in general. However, coming back to the price, we're looking at 15,000 euros paid versus 270,000 euros market price, right?
Вибачте, дуже погано було.
Sorry, I had we did not get it. Can you please repeat?
Yeah, no, I was just explaining that we have here quite a big discrepancy between the price that was paid, which is approximately 15,000 euros, and the market price, which is about 270,000 euros. And you explained that there were some sewage problems, you didn't have sewage, and there were engineer works nearby, right?
Так, інженерні і комунікації.
Yes, connections, engineering works, and maybe you have this estimate for the market price of a house with inside furnishing and repairs, but this house was without any repair works, and my parents were also repairing and doing furnishing.
Okay, no more questions for me on this point, Tatiana.
Дозвольте ще одне запитання.
Yes, let me ask one more question about this. Mr. Shapatin, how can you explain the situation that this house was sold to your mother, but your tech consulting company from which in 2023 your wife received into ownership 3 non-residential premises, also at the balance sheet price. So what are connections between you and your close persons with this your consulting company, which existed before 2023? I will explain. I would like to divide these questions about the house. I've explained. I think I provided an exhaustive response. My parents found this house in announcements on sale of houses. Eurotech Consulting Company is dealing with real estate sale. Their activities consisted in buying real estate objects or land plots, constructing something on them, improving, upgrading them, and then they were putting them up for sale. With respect to further cooperation, that is cooperation between my wife with Eurotech Consulting LLC. Once we concluded this agreement, we met the guys. It turned out that one of the founders was from Brovary, and I grew up in Brovary, so we had mutual friends. They concluded this agreement professionally. There were no problems with the documents for the house. Subsequently, my wife really wanted to engage in entrepreneurial activities. She wanted to have professional activities. So that's why during the conversation, they offered to her an interesting investment project, a real estate object that they bought back then in the town of Vyžhorod that was unfinished construction with a land plot, and it required investment. They voiced the amount that they needed. We discussed it during our family meeting together with my wife and parents. My parents sold the apartment in Kyiv. We had the loan agreement notarized, and I provided the commission with this loan notarized agreement. And we invested this money. My wife bought 51% of corporate rights in the form of shares from Eurotech Consulting LLC. After that, after the start of the full-scale invasion, unfortunately, they had other plans regarding these premises. One of the founders is the father of 3 children. He moved to another country abroad. My wife actually tried to be doing this project, but the war introduced its changes. And at the general meeting of the shareholders, they decided that they would divide the premises among the participants of this project, among the shareholders of this investment project. So that's why I provided all the documents. So that's why my wife subsequently left the ownership of corporate rights through getting these premises, using the balance sheet value of those premises. There is the legal estimate dated 2023. By the way, it's also specified in the notarized agreement for these premises. And I provided all of that to the working group and the commission. Thank you for your question. Yes, really, we have the respective estimates, and these premises cost 2,700,000 hryvnias, so that is $57,000. A year later, your wife sold one of the premises for 2 million hryvnias, that is for $102,712 US dollars. Can you explain this difference between the balance sheet value of these premises, which she got as the shareholder, and between the sale price for this premises for one of them? Yes, of course, I will explain. Thank you for your question. So, with respect to these premises in general, this is that was unfinished construction. It required investment. Of course, this LLC repaired these premises. They had the adjacent territory furnished as well. In 2023, I think that even in 2022, regardless of the start of the war, in front of this flat plot, in front of this house, there was constructed McDonald's. The investment attractiveness of this object increased significantly. My wife did not plan to sell these real estate objects. She is registered as an individual entrepreneur, which is specified in my declaration, and I'm also declaring all of her income. That's open information, and I provided this information to the Commission. Quite well-known brands rented these premises from her. These are like large brands like Epicenter, Dnipro M. These are trademarks. And this object that she sold was rented by Uman Priva. They really liked this location. For them, it was really important to own this object in that location because it was a very good location in Vizhgorod. It had its own parking spot and etc. So that's why they made an official offer to my wife, and she decided to sell this object to this well-known brand. All available documents had been provided by me. The settlement was made in cashless form, so all the documents are available. And I would like to specify as well that any goal regarding entrepreneurial activities is connected to profit making, and I think that it was quite a very profitable agreement for her. Yes, it was a really profitable deal. As our experts have calculated, your wife's investments into the authorized capital were about $30,000, and in 3 years they transformed into assets, the market value of which increased by over 650%. Not really like that, because there were also investments into the additional repair works and furnishing. So investments were in the amount of approximately the loan, which we officially show in the document. Okay, thank you. Dear colleagues, do you have any additional questions regarding this topic?
On this topic, no, but maybe we can move to the house that was purchased by your sister who lives in Germany.
Я маю на увазі з приводу...
I mean, regarding these premises bought by the wife. No more questions, right?
Немає.
No
Тоді
questions, okay.
переходимо...
Then let's go back to houses. In addition to the house bought by your mother, you also declare in your declaration for 2022 to 2023 that you used the house with the area of 1,070.8 square meters and a land plot with the area of 0.7 hectares in Kozin, owned by your sister, Vartaksana, probably sister, as far as I understand. Since 2003, your sister has lived in Germany and has been engaging in entrepreneurial activities there. At the same time, experts have no supporting documents about these entrepreneurial activities and the profit made by your sister. You have not provided this document. Can you explain how your sister, being in Germany, bought this house, how she was transferring money, etc.? Yes, thank you for your question, of course. Sorry, but the working group did not ask for me this question, but I have documents, I have them with me. If necessary, I can send them after the interview. I got her documents from Germany. Unfortunately, they are in German, but I have them. And there you can see that since 2016, there you can see annual profit of my sister from 2016 to 2025. She's paying taxes in Germany. They have very strict taxation legislation there, and she had all capacities to buy not only this house but any other real estate object that she wanted. My sister really, that's really my sister. She married a German citizen. She has lived there since 2003. Her husband is also having a business. My sister quite often comes to Ukraine and to visit me and my parents. We have close relationships. Before the war, it was much more often. Unfortunately, now she can come not that often because of the security situation. But I have all the documents. I can provide them additionally. And I can also provide explanations for my sister about this particular house and her motivation that you are interested in. Thank you. Yes, can you please clarify? For over 15 years, your sister has lived in abroad. What was her motivation to buy a house where she has never lived, actually? Thank you for your question. I will explain. She came very often to Ukraine before the war. I would like to emphasize again. You can see that from the border services database that she came to the territory of Ukraine very often with my niece. He is also an adult and with her husband. She considered, she has always wanted to have her own house in Ukraine because after all, Ukraine is her motherland. And she considered, by the way, I asked her, why did you decide to buy a house in Poznan? We had this conversation. Why did you buy the house in Poznan specifically? And we were laughing at that because she was recollecting that she found that advertisement. That's not a townhouse. That's a house for 4 owners. Like one house with 4 separate entrances. That's not even 2 entrances. Yes, it's really the total area is 188 square meters, 4.4 square meters. That's quite a small land plot. So that was without furnishing back then. She saw that interesting ad because the market value of houses in Poznan is really high. But these are houses that have the area of 500, 600, 1,000 square meters and land plots from larger area with access to water. So sometimes people see these prices and there may be very significant discrepancies between market prices. In this case, we are talking about a small townhouse with a small land plot without furnishing. And she considered that as a small investment because before the war, prices for houses and land plots were increasing all the time in Poznan. And she also considered that house as a place to stay where she was coming to Ukraine so that she could stay longer at home because she also has lots of friends in Ukraine and family members. Yes, please, Laura. Do you have a question about this?
Again, we're looking at the map and we're looking at the house. This doesn't look like a very small house at all. And it looks to be in a very good shape. I understand your sister bought it for herself, right? Though she never lived in it properly. We did inquire about the incomes of your sister. I'm happy that now you have the documents. Maybe you can share them indeed with us after the interview. However, can you explain why your sister decided to give away this house, to gift it? What were the circumstances? What happened? We understood that she gifted to you in 2024, in October.
Так, дякую за запитання.
Yes, thank you for your question. Madam Laura, if you see the house on the map, you see that it's a long house. It has 4 owners. I would like to emphasize again, that's like not the entire house owned by my sister, that was owned by my sister. With respect to the gift, I will explain. These are quite personal questions, but I'm very transparent, so we will discuss this family matter. So, my mom since 2014 has had disability of the second group. If you need a medical certificate about that, I can provide it. I have it at my disposal. If necessary, I can provide the certificate of the working group. My mom requires some care. Unfortunately, with the start of the war, I did not inform my mom about participation in active hostilities. She learned a lot from the mass media, unfortunately, and her health condition was not very good. She requires constant care. My sister, unfortunately, cannot come to Ukraine to look after my mom. That's why these matters regarding looking after my parents, who are older than 65 years old, are my responsibility and my family's responsibility. I'm looking after my mother, and that's a lot of issues regarding some medical issues, personal matters as well. So my sister felt sort of guilt because she could not come and look after the parents. So that's why she decided that it would be her participation as a gratitude to me for me looking after the parents during this difficult time. The house is located close to my parents' house. If you can look at on the map, I can walk there, and it allows me and my family to always be nearby them.
But do I understand correctly that you also were part of a Oselia program, and you also bought a house, your own house, also in 2024 on the 5th of September? Is that correct? Yes. So on the 5th of September, 2024, you bought a house under the preferential program for war veterans. Yeah, so that happened in September. And then in October, you were gifted another house by your sister. You see why I'm asking this. So in order to qualify for the veteran program, you shouldn't have had property. Is that correct? But then immediately after you acquired the house with the veteran program, you were gifted a house that your sister was anyhow not using. So if you can comment on this a little bit.
Щодо програми ЄОСЕЛЯ,
With respect to this ЄОСЕЛЯ program, I considered this possibility since 2023 because I had 3 kids and I wanted to have my own housing. The state did not provide me with my own housing, so I wanted to address this housing issue. I talked to different banking institutions. I was collecting documents, and it took about a year to collect all the documents. That's quite a lengthy and serious process, let's put it that way. So that's why when I passed all the approval stages or all the legal grounds for me to really get this house under ЄОСЕЛЯ, I will pay out this mortgage for 20 years. All the documents have been provided to the Commission as well. I understand that it looks maybe this time that is small, but I would like to emphasize again that I'm quite an adult, and back then I did not know about my sister's decision when I got the documents under ЄОСЕЛЯ, but I have wanted to have my own housing for my family for a long time. So I resolved this issue this way, and I will pay out this mortgage for 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tatiana, over to you with the mention that maybe we spent like 5 more minutes on this issue.
Пан Шепетін, у мене
Mr. Shepetin,
таке, можна навіть сказати, останнє запитання. Ми вже
I have a last question because we are running off time.
опитування щодо доброчесності.
About integrity. The last question about integrity. According to your declaration in 2019, you and your members have spent $411,000, which is 562,000 hryvnias for one person before taxation. Also, you had several trips abroad. Some of them were trips to Egypt, Greece,
Загалом 37
Um,
днів перебували за
and
кордоном.
37 days you
Поясніть,
were
будь ласка,
abroad.
звідки були кошти на фінансування цих
Where did you
поїздок
take
та
money to
одночасне
finance your
забезпечення
trips
побутових
and
потреб
at the
родин
same
з 4
time
осіб?
to support the family consisting of 4
За вашими підрахунками,
persons?
витрати на сім'ю становлять
According to your
285
calculations,
тисяч гривень на рік. Дякую.
to support your family, you need 250,000 hryvnias per year. Well, I need to give clarification as to that.
За 2019 рік це, здається, 411 тисяч гривень. Це
As
вказана
for my
мною заробітна
spendings,
платня, а не
411,000 hryvnias. This is my income. This is my salary for 2019, not the spending.
моїх затрат на утримання моєї
Now
родини,
about the
які я вказував,
expenditures
що
for
приблизно це
supporting my
десь
family.
250
I
тисяч гривень
said
на рік.
it's about
У мене є тут певний
250,000
залишок
hryvnias
з
per
моєї
year.
дружини. Були, до речі, я і в декларації
And
також
also, I
вказував
indicated in my
певні
declaration
заощадження. У мене
that
було
my
певне
wife
заощадження.
had
Потім
some
у мене
savings,
були ще
I
соціальні,
had
здається,
some
виплати
savings,
вже на той час
and I also had some
на
social
дітей. Тому
benefits for my children paid by the state. Now, speaking about my trips abroad, you mentioned 8 of them. If I'm not mistaken, I had 6. Germany, Cyprus, France,
Об'єднані Арабські
Turkey.
Емірати.
What about the United Arab Emirates?
Все одно 6 виходить.
Well, I still have 6.
Німеччина, Кіпр, Єгипет,
Germany,
Франція, Греція,
Egypt,
Об'єднані
France,
Арабські Емірати.
Greece.
Прошу вибачення.
I'm sorry, yeah, I
Дійсно,
calculate. Yes, you're right. You had 6. Thank you for the question.
Ми з моєю дружиною маємо певне хобі.
My wife and I
Ми
have a hobby.
дуже багато території України.
We used to travel a lot along the territory of Ukraine together with children, and we have a lot of nice historical places in Ukraine. We are fond of them. Starting from the year that the country had the free visa access, and we actually have access to the European Union, we started to travel a lot. My wife plans her trips in advance, always. And we had an opportunity to buy tickets, low costs, free tickets, or cheap tickets. And as for my trips to Germany, for example, I visited my sister, and I also had a medical examination in the German hospital. I also went to mountain Afon. I had a business trip to Cyprus for several days. Speaking about France, that was a gift from my wife for my birthday. It was a several-day trip, which was planned in advance. We booked tickets and hotel in advance, so it was not a luxurious trip. And as for Egypt and Turkey, it was a family trip. The hot trips, very budget, and we had enough opportunities to go to these countries. I'm a public servant and my activities are being strictly controlled, so everything was legitimate and legal.
Дякую, шановні колеги. Є запитання?
Thank you, dear colleagues. Laura, do you have any questions?
Yes, maybe one last issue that I would like to raise. The interaction you had with Mr. Portnov, who was a famous lawyer in Ukraine, recently killed. We know that you had a case against the Security Service of Ukraine, where you were represented by Mr. Portnov. You explained to us that you didn't know him personally, you didn't reach out to him. However, he ended up representing your interests in court. And the law firm is called Portnov and Partners. So I would like to ask you whether, also given your professional background, you had any concerns agreeing to be represented by Mr. Portnov? And how did it happen? Because if he didn't approach you, then how was he representing your interests?
Дякую за запитання. Вказана
Thank you for the
справа, вона
question.
була дуже принципова для мене.
The mentioned case was very important for me.
На той час Служби безпеки України
Some managers in SBU, using their office, managed to get luxurious apartments in luxurious and premium class houses. And yes, we really had such case in the court. In this case, I was supported by my colleagues from SBU, just regular employees. That case was highlighted in media, and it took place in 2019.
Звернувся до знайомих юристів з Харківської
I
юридичної
addressed the lawyers I knew in Kharkiv and asked them to find the proper lawyers to represent my interests. It was a very specific case, and please understand, at that period of time, each lawyer was ready to represent my interest in the case against SBU, and namely the deputy head of SBU at that time. I was provided with contacts of several lawyers. Some of them unfortunately refused to cooperate with me. I was received a contact of Marina Barinova, explained her the circumstances of the case. It is a lady who was a part of the group of lawyers. I did not sign an agreement with the law firm of Portnov. I signed an agreement allowing to represent my interest to Parinova Maria and Sayevska Olena, and also a third lawyer, Andrei Portnov, which I found out later. I provided documents to Marina. She studied the case. We did not need to meet personally. We communicated over the phone. The court hearings are usually conducted without participation of the claimant and physical presence of the claimant. And the situation was logically resolved. DBR has registered a criminal case, criminal proceeding in later, investigated this case. The indicated apartment, which was a subject of the proceeding, was arrested. And I think it significantly affected the general situation in Ukraine, and I did not come across any similar cases now. Maybe because of my case.
The lawyer that you interacted with did not share with you the information that Mr. Portnov would be involved in your case?
Ні, ми не обговорювали конкретно.
We did not discuss who will be representing me. She just mentioned that there is a group of lawyers who will represent me. And actually, I didn't even think about who would represent me. We have a lawyer, he has a license to represent the interest of a client. That was the format we worked in.
Do you think, looking back retroactively, do you think that that was a smart decision on your side not to inquire more about who's going to represent you? Would you change anything in your approach to these court proceedings?
Я зрозумів ваше питання.
I understood your question, and yes, of course, now, retrospectively, when I'm asked all of these questions, I want to explain that my goal was different. And now, going back, and after all this experience, I would approach smartly to whom is representing my interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sherpatin. Colleagues, if we have any other questions on this module dealing with integrity.
Just one or two.
Yes. I see Donatas and then Jim.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much, Laura. So basically, my question is related to your trips of your wife to Crimea in 2019 and 2021. Yeah, so as we see, your wife been traveling to Crimea, and at this particular time, you've been working in a state fiscal service. Yeah, and before that, you worked in a security service of Ukraine. So what do you think would services of occupied territory then would use this opportunity, you know, when the wife of a former security service officer comes to the occupied territory? Thank you.
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for the question. I have a question. I have an answer to this question. Well, first of all, Crimea is Ukraine, and before 2022,
кордон з окупованим
the
Кримом,
border with the occupied Crimea, unfortunately, it was open for all citizens of Ukraine.
на законних, звісно, підставах. Щодо моєї дружини, пояснюю
Speaking
наступне.
about my wife, I would like to explain the following. My wife was born in Crimea.
Проживають в Криму.
Her parents are still living in Crimea.
І вони вже досить похилого віку.
They are elderly people, 70 plus age.
Коли в мене народилося, в мене ще було двоє діток.
I had two children
В мене народилася моя донечка.
at that moment, and my youngest daughter was born, and she did not have an opportunity to meet her grandmother and grandfather.
Батько моєї дружини,
So my wife's father
він досить тривалий час хворів на онкозахворювання.
had cancer.
Досить серйозний.
It was a serious cancer, and he did not have an opportunity to come to Ukraine physically.
Моя дружина
My wife
попросила в мене дозволу на те,
asked my permission
діти, і вона змогла провідати.
for her and her children to visit her father.
Я надав цей дозвіл.
I granted this permission, so she moved. She went there on legal grounds, stayed with her parents. It was not a vacation.
Мало зовсім інший сімейний характер.
It was a family-related issue.
Тому, на жаль, батько
Unfortunately,
у 2022 році
in 2022,
не стало.
her father died,
Тільки мама.
and only her mother is remaining to live there. Thank you.
Yes, but the question was, do you believe that the security services of the occupied territory might have used that fact that wife of a former SBU officer is coming to the occupied territory? Because all the intelligence services would have used that.
В якому сенсі ви маєте на увазі?
In what sense this information can be used? What do you mean?
Not information, but you know, your wife, you are former SBU officer, yeah? She comes to the occupied territory, basically into the land of the enemy at that particular time. Do you see that any intelligence service in the world would have used that, you know, opportunity to get in contact, you know, with you, to have a additional chance to recruit wife, you, and et cetera, et cetera. So this is very vulnerable situation you placed yourself. And I really understand the situation that you're...
Дякую.
Sorry, don't interrupt me. Okay, please show some respect. So I really understand that, you know, what the situation was with your father, with the father of your wife. But did you consider those risks also? Thank you.
Так, звісно, я розглядав ці аспекти.
Of course, I considered these aspects, and thank you for the question. I have a very serious experience in searching activities and intelligence activities. That's why I considered all the risks and allowed my wife to go there and give her an opportunity to see her father before his death. And I also wanted my children to get acquainted with their grandparents. If you are talking about any attempts to recruit me, I know how to behave if there are some attempts of foreign intelligence services. Thank you for the question.
Okay, unless you have a follow-up question, Donatas, I suggest that we move to Jim.
No, that I withdraw because we don't have much time. I think we need to cover the other issues.
Okay. Any other questions, colleagues? I don't see any raised hands. Therefore, over to you, Mr. Shepetin, for about 5 minutes to talk about your professional background and what would make you a good leader of the Bureau for Economic Security.
Дякую, пані Лаура.
Thank you,
Дякую,
Ms. Laura. Thank you, dear Commission.
Щодо мого професійного досвіду.
Speaking about my professional experience.
Досить молодий вік, дуже складний
I'm a
шлях.
young person, but I've had a very difficult professional path. I served in SBU as an investigator. I know how investigation agencies work, but I also think that it is important to mention that even during the competition, I paid attention to the fact that less focus is given to searching and operation activities, and I have such experience. I conducted a lot of special operations as an employee and then as a head of the department of the unit. In SBU, I worked against corruption and organized crime in state bodies, and here I talk about the tax service, the Ministry of Internal Affairs at that time, the State Border Service of Ukraine, the Ministry of Defense, the Emergency State Service, and many other. I had a very serious professional development path in SBU. After that, I continued to work in the State Fiscal Service. During a short period of time, I became the acting head of the unit in the SBU. At that time, the situation was quite difficult in the fiscal service. It was reorganized. I coordinated the work of the regional offices on the state level, which is very important. Thus, I have concrete results in the places of work where I used to work, and I think we don't have enough time for me to discuss all notorious cases where I took an active part and had an honor to investigate. I took part also in the operational activities during the criminal proceedings. During a short period of time, I conducted reorganization of the emergency service, created new departments, new units, looked for staff, and it gave an opportunity for this service, even during the large-scale invasion, to be more effective and to work effectively. According to my conception, the internal department fighting against corruption was created. From the beginning of the large-scale invasion, I had to become the head of the territorial battalion of defense. It was a big challenge for myself. Despite I have 3 children under 18 years old, and despite I have a nice warm office, I decided to take a responsibility for people. We created a nice training center, which is still operating and preparing volunteers, improves their professional skills during the war. It is called Nicholas Matveyev. This is the person I used to serve with. He unfortunately died in Bakhmut. It was an American citizen. For me, this position is a huge responsibility. and my obligation. It is an obligation for my family, which supports me, people I served with, and those who unfortunately were killed in this war.
I took responsibility during difficult situations, critical situations. I made decisions fast. And not only there were economic consequences of my decisions, but my decisions also influenced human lives. My unit took part in hostilities with a minimum losses. I always was on the front line with my fellow soldiers, and they support me a lot. I highly appreciate the opportunity to take part in this election. Thank you to the Commission for it. I truly believe it will be transparent and open. And I believe that this position
Дуже важливий правоохоронний орган.
can give me a chance to change this important law enforcement agency, given the challenges posed by the war, given the situation, because I know the situation very well. I know the needs of the soldiers and the civilians, given my unique experience and the position I had before the war and during the war. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, if you have questions.
If I may.
Yes, please, Jim, and then Yuri.
Oh, let Yuri go first. I'll go second.
Yuri.
Дякую, пане Ігоре. Ви
Thank you.
в своїй промові нинішній тільки що
Igor,
сказали, що маєте
in your statement, you just said that you have a solid experience and it will take a lot to enumerate all the positions. Yeah, probably we shouldn't do it, but could you please give us a really specific, concrete example of your professional managerial career when you would need to make a decision that would demonstrate your integrity as a candidate running for this senior position, and a situation where you demonstrated your leadership skills that are important for the director of BES. Thank you for your question. Let me please split it up a little bit. As to the integrity, I remember I was a junior lieutenant and I joined the security service of Ukraine. I had a mentor assigned. There was the Institute of Mentorship back then, and I remember this case. When I got hand of case files, it was an intelligence gathering case regarding some group of people who could have had an intent to carry out certain criminal activities. It was a state tax service back then. So when I studied the files, I saw a name I knew. And this name, I mean, it was a region that was checked under this case, and this name of my remote family member. So it's a member of family of my father. And I got this question, in my mind. I had this choice. And when I made this choice, it helped me to develop later on. as a professional. So the choice was to continue, staying a professional and being a professional, or to do something about it. So I decided back then, and I follow the principle since then. I did everything I had to, and I delivered on the oath that I had given as a public servant, because there is a statement in the oath that I promise to keep the state secret. And people, when they talk about me, they say, well, he can really keep the state secret. What I mean is I always follow the law in my professional activity, and no other factor can influence me. As to the second part of the question about my leadership skills, I had been a manager, senior management in different services, and I made a lot of difficult decisions. The most difficult one was when I was the commander of the battalion. We had 745 soldiers in the battalion. I was responsible for their lives. And when I received an order from the commander-in-chief to go to the besieged Bakhmut, besieged city, and I could have stayed next to Bakhmut without going into the city, but I decided with my fellow soldiers to enter the city that was besieged at that point of time, and command there, give orders, combat orders from that city. And that decision, my being there, helped me to save lives of my soldiers, make decisions, and prevail in that fight. So I understand there is a big difference, of course, between the positions and the services where I have served. But I always follow my principles. I'm always at the front line, and I'm always honest with people and the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I saw a hand raised by Oleg, but I don't see it anymore. So maybe we move to Jim.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this is very impressive background, Mr. Shapetin. But let's assume that you're in the job and you're dealing with a large number of staff who've been there a lot longer than you have and are very resistant to change and may in fact be involved in corruption themselves. So how would you attack the problem of an organization which is not interested necessarily in fighting corruption?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for this question. Well, certainly when you take up a new position and you want to change something, the system resists strongly. The resistance can be different and the influence can be different, but I believe that I have prepared a concept of change in the Bureau of Economic Security, and I would like to share it with you if the Commission wants to read it. I have taken a lot of time to prepare it, and I'm ready to share it. And it explains all my intentions and desires as to the changes. The issue of personnel, the issue of integrity, and the lack of motivation, these are important factors. And I understand it is easier to change a system from outside than from inside. There is such a theory, but I'm confident that if I become the director of BES, I would have every chance to address the system-wide corruption, not individual cases, to address the root causes of corruption, I would improve the public control, public oversight. I would enhance the oversight of the activities of all the employees, and I think this will deliver results. Thank you.
May I ask one other question, which is the responsibilities of the job of ESBU itself are very broad, very deep, maybe beyond what you have, at the moment, what you've done so far. There'd be a very steep learning curve, I think, for you across this. Can you give us some examples of where you've had to prove your intellectual and mental agility in mastering bodies of knowledge which you have not been acquainted with beforehand?
Дякую за запитання. Так, ви дійсно
Thank you for this question. Yes, you probably have seen my background that I've served in a lot of areas. And wherever it was, be it fiscal service or the armed forces of Ukraine during the war when I was the commander of the battalion, or the security service, where I also worked in different, avenues. And I want to underline the point that I always was assigned to the most difficult areas that require change. And wherever I was, I always delivered results. I properly organized the team because much depends on the team, much depends on the people who are around you. Much depends on the specialists who can share their professional view in different areas. I'm open to engaging with people who can share their expert view in the areas where I'm not competent in, because I can be competent in all the walks of life. I was trained a lot. I took a lot of courses. And now during this selection procedure, I had the chance to take several courses. I talked to business associations. In particular, I wanted to listen to the opinion of businesses and see the relationship between businesses, the government, and law enforcement agencies represented by the Bureau of Economic Security.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We have about 5 more minutes, so maybe we go to Oleg.
Дякую. Пане Ігоре, хотів задати більш ширше
Igor, I want to ask you kind of a more general question, but we don't have time for that. So let me ask you a short one. We all understand that the Bureau of Economic Security must be reformed. There are problems in this agency. In case of your appointment to this position, what are the indicators, performance indicators of BES would you suggest that the society, the government, and business need to be able to properly evaluate its performance? Well, the more structural, functional reform of BES includes a couple of first priority steps that I want to offer. And I think it would be the right thing to do, the first thing to do is to carry out the due diligence, so complete audit of what was happening in BES to evaluate the personnel of BES. I am confident there are a lot of professionals in BES who just need to be organized properly and who need to have certain clear goals set to them. I would create a working group to determine to develop a new strategy for development of BES within 3 months. It should be delivered to the society within 3 months. And the prevention of crimes, that's important. Bureau can prevent economic crimes. And I think that intelligence and analytical activities are needed and need to be enhanced to meet this objective. So when you detect large-scale schemes, and I saw it a lot in the past, that when you can detect a scheme, can you prevent crimes? When you don't let organized crime groups carry out crimes, and unfortunately in the economic area, these people are intellectuals. They improve their schemes all the time. As a result, our countermeasures must improve all the time as well. We must understand that we can't remain the Bureau of Economic Security of 2020 version. We need change as well. The society requires monitoring of public spending. We see that the society has a very strong reaction as to the procurement in the defense area, which is also the competence of Bureau of Economic Security. So I can mention much more problems. I understand how to address them. I understand the first priority steps, and I understand how to take this responsibility and make the necessary changes that the society needs, because the demand from the society is huge. I've been talking to a lot of different people, and I fully understand the responsibility and the need. Today, this is a matter of survival of a country. This is extremely critical. If we don't have a strong economy, we cannot fight. And unfortunately, we can lose our state. For me, this is a challenge. This is a fight, a battle I'm prepared to start. And I believe that together we will prevail. Thank you.
Oleg, if you don't mind, I would like to also give the floor to Donatas, maybe for a last question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Shepetin.
Дякую.
Yes, certainly.
That was not a particular question Oleg was asking, and I would like you to be as particular as possible. Just the question was, what kind of KPIs you would set to measure best performance? So you coming to your position, let's say, and name me a 3 KPIs you would set. Nothing more. Thank you.
Щодо аналітичної роботи, я би
As to the analytical work, my KPI would be as follows. Analytical materials that are studied and used to prevent economic crimes. We need to engage more IT technologies for analytical purposes. Unfortunately, they don't have the uniform economic database of economic crimes in BES, unfortunately. So that would be a tool that could help us to get information, coordinate activities of intelligence gathering and investigative professionals. So intelligence gathering is another indicator. So for prevention purposes, we have the priority industries of economy. So I would focus us on the most critical ones, those areas that can generate more taxes, and we need to address organized crime in these sectors. I mean the fuel and energy, agriculture, the goods that are subjected to excise tax, public spending.
Приблизно я бачу так.
So this is my view.
Okay,
But
you.
I mean, yeah, if you have more questions, I can answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shepetin. Tatiana, really a very, very, very last question.
Так, у мене така невеличка ремарка. Я дуже з повагою ставлюся до військовослужбовців, до вашого досвіду.
Yeah, my point here is I really respect soldiers, those who fight, and given that you
І, звичайно, ви нам
are
описали
still
найбільші
fighting,
свої досягнення. А скажіть, будь ласка, чи були
You
випадки, коли
have
помилялися?
described your achievements. Have there been a chance
Коли
when
ви
you made a
розуміли, що це була
mistake?
помилка?
And when did you
І як ви
understand that
виходили, які
that was a mistake? What
висновки ви
were your
робили з таких
steps? What were the lessons that you learned? Thank you.
Пані Тетяно, дуже вам дякую за запитання. Дякую за
Madam
добрі
Tatiana, thank you for your
слова.
question. Thank you for also
Так, були
kind words.
випадки, на жаль, коли я
Yes,
помилявся.
unfortunately, there were
І,
instances when I
на
made
жаль,
mistakes,
мої помилки
and unfortunately, my
вони
mistakes
іноді
sometimes
призводили до
resulted
дуже
in
складних
very
ситуацій.
difficult situations.
Це стосується саме бойових дій.
That's about active
Але
hostilities.
я хочу зазначити,
But I
що
would like to point out
Україна
that
зараз потребує
Ukraine
людей,
now needs
які
people
можуть і вміють
who
брати на
can
себе відповідальність.
and want to
І
take
я впевнений,
responsibility.
що
And I'm
будь-яку
sure
помилку
that
можна виправити.
any mistake can be corrected.
Окрім помилки,
Besides
призвела до
mistakes
загибелі
that
людей.
resulted in the death of
Якщо
people.
у мене буде така
So, if
можливість,
I have this
я
opportunity,
маю
I
сильну команду,
have a
яка
strong team
допоможе мені і
that will
уникнути
help
помилок,
me to
і мій
avoid
досвід,
mistakes,
який
and I have my
допоможе мені
experience that
ці
will help
помилки
me to
виправити, якщо
correct
вони
these mistakes
стануться. Ми всі
if
люди,
they
на жаль,
happen. We are
всі
all people,
помиляються,
we all make mistakes,
але важливість
unfortunately.
зробити
But the
правильний
importance
висновок і
of
рухатися далі,
reaching correct conclusions and
піднятися
moving
після цих
on,
помилок,
getting up
рухатися,
after making
це
these
дуже
mistakes,
важливо.
that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shepetin, and thank you very much, colleagues. I think we are over time, so maybe we give the last word to Mr. Shepetin for 1-2 minutes to express his views. We, on our side, would like to thank you very much for your service and for your presence here, and for the opportunity to have an open discussion on issues that are not always very, very comfortable. Thank you for that. Over to you for the last word.
Я дуже вдячний
I'm really
поважній
grateful to the honorable commission. I'm really
за вашу
grateful for
професійність.
your
Я
professionalism.
розумію ту
I
відповідальність,
understand
яка
the responsibility
зараз
that
на ваших плечах.
you are now bearing on your shoulders.
Конкурс дуже складний.
The competition is really
Я б сказав,
complicated.
і засоби
I would
масової
even say,
інформації
and
виконують
the mass
свою
media
функцію.
play also their role in
Але
this.
я
But
впевнений, що
I'm
досвід
convinced
комісії,
that the
я
experience of the
вивчав
commission,
і читав
and I have
всі
studied and
ваші
read
біографії.
all of your
Я впевнений, що ваш
biographies,
досвід
and
дозволить
I'm
вам
sure
прийняти
that your
правильне
experience
рішення. Я
will
впевнений,
allow
що
you
ви
to take the right decision. I'm sure that
зможете
you will be
разом
able
прийняти ті
all
правильні
together
рішення,
to
які
take
в
those
подальшому
right
можуть
decisions that
вплинути
in the future
історично
may
на
historically impact
велику країну,
a big country,
неньку Україну.
our motherland
І
Ukraine.
я завжди готовий
And I'm always
допомогти
ready
вирішити
to
питання.
help
Я
in
вдячний,
resolving any issues. I'm
все ж таки
grateful
учасникам конкурсу,
to all the
дуже сильні
candidates,
кандидати
really
всі,
strong candidates,
дуже
really
професійні люди з
professional
числа
people
кандидатів.
from among the candidates.
Вам є, я думаю, з кого
I think
обрати.
you have
І
people to choose from,
впевнений, що ви
and
зробите
I'm
свій
sure that
правильний
you
вибір.
will
Я
make
вдячний
your
своїй
right
родині,
choice.
своїй
I'm
коханій
also grateful
дружині,
to
дітям,
my
батькам,
family, to my
всім, хто
beloved
мене
wife, to
підтримує,
my kids,
ветеранам
parents,
війни,
to
моїм
war
побратимам, які
veterans,
зараз
to
на фронті,
my
Збройних силах
brothers who
України
are now
загалом.
fighting at the front line,
Впевнений,
to
що
the
ми
armed
разом
forces of
переможемо,
Ukraine in
і
general.
ми
I'm convinced that we
зможемо
will win all together
чітко
and that we will be able
і
to
адекватно
clearly
оцінити
and
обстановку
adequately
і
assess the
прийняти
situation
правильне
and
рішення.
take
Слава
correct
Україні!
decisions. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shepetin.
Glory to Ukraine.
I think we can invite the next candidate. The interview is one of the last stages of this process to which you participated and arrived at the last stage. The interview is planned to take between 1 hour and 1 hour and a half. We're aiming for 1 hour, but so far we haven't been managing to stay within 1 hour. It took 1 hour and a half. It will be divided into parts. The first part refers mainly to the integrity elements, and the second part refers to the professionalism and professional background that would make you a good candidate for the head of Bureau for Economic Security. We start with 2 minutes of introduction on your side. Then we go into the discussions back and forth on integrity elements. Then we have another opportunity for you, 5 minutes, to present your professional background and the elements that you deem important in qualifying you for the best candidate for the best position. And then we follow up with questions on professionalism. So, please, if there are, and we hope that we won't have such issues, but if there are security concerns, alarms, please feel free to announce us, and we will find a way to deal with the interview at a later stage. Now, let's start with a presentation from your side, not more than 2 minutes, and then we go into discussions.
Дякую, пані Лауро. Представлюся Сергій Маштабей.
Thank you, Madam Laura. I will introduce myself. Sergey Maштабей, the most effective specialist on fight against corruption in Ukraine and on fight against crime in the sphere of economy. I have professional experience that are by, about 1 million times higher than that of any other candidate. These figures are taken from the achievements of the NABU for 7 years and achievements of mine in this professional sphere. So I would like to point out that in the late 90s and the early 2000s, I was saving the economy of Ukraine from the crash. I saved the energy from the blackout. When in 1998, I started dealing with the problem of the lack of payment. I've managed to increase from 5% in April of 1998 to 98% in December of 1999. I've destroyed 2 corruption schemes that were related to discount vouchers and to fraudulent accounts in the bank used by the energy company. Then in 2004, I proved the falsification of the presidential elections through open vouchers that was about 90%, 7% of all votes, and I overcome the corruption. Then I developed another information analytical system that has scientific legal origin. And then I provided to the NABU and the NECP. Unfortunately, the systems were not implemented. The EU demanded implementation of this system, and then in December of 2017, Ukraine was deprived of assistance from the EU in the amount of 600 million euros. Then in about 2020, I identified large-scale corruption at customs, which was
$23 billion has been revealed that and was lost by Ukraine in terms of illegal activities. Then the shadow market was revealed in the range of 5 and 10 billion per year. In 25, I applied to NABU to open a criminal case and provided an instrument that would allow to annul these shadow schemes. However, NABU refused to investigate this crime. Maybe because they were not competent, or maybe there were some other reasons behind. I hope that I could represent myself. As for my professional competence, I will talk about
later in the second presentation. Yes, thank you. Colleagues, over to you to start the questions.
Yes, can I ask a question, Mr. Mr. Bay? So, did I hear that right, or was it translation issues during your presentation? You said that your professional experience is 1 million times higher than other candidates. Is that right? Or was there a problem with interpretation? Hello, can you hear me?
Так,
Yes, no, for 1 million times higher. That's correct.
Okay, so you believe, so what makes you believe that your professional experience is 1 million times higher than the other participants?
Дивіться, коли я вирішував проблеми енергетики, я
When I
стягнув
resolved some problems in the energy sector, I could recover more than $1 billion for the benefit of energy company, and I've prevented the stealing of more $1 billion for other companies. When we are talking about corruption at the customs, I already said that I provided them with some tools that could protect the economy of Ukraine from shadow schemes and could return $3 billion per year to the state borders. Again, about the fuel, additional billions could be returned. And those are approximate figures. I can actually provide you with the resources of my calculations. And NABU has declared these figures, have declared this as the result of their effective work during the first 7 years of their operation.
Okay, thank you so much. It looks like, you know, reading your dossier, you know, that you, during your lifetime, filed pretty impressive amount of complaints, different kind of complaints, complaining with your bank, selection panel for the position of an ACP, for too much dependence on the foreign funding, as probably this commission also is, for other things. But one thing also struck me a little bit. Can you explain? You also filed a complaint against the Consultative and Diagnostic Center that they haven't issued a sick leave for 3 weeks. Can you explain the situation? So what happened? And why you believed you were entitled for this sick leave for 3 weeks and they refused to issue it? Thank you.
Я не можу нічого відповісти вам з даного питання.
I can't answer to this question as I don't have information on this case. Maybe there was a mistake or maybe the information was perceived in the wrong way. I can't give comments on this.
Okay, thank you. Yuri, I saw you were raising your hand, so please.
Так, в мене є декілька запитань.
Yes, I have several questions. These are block questions. So it was very pleasant to hear from Mr. Sergey about his achievements, about the results. I want now to talk about some specific things. Mr. Sergey, in your declaration, you mentioned some property owned by you and your family. In particular, you are declaring a house in the village of Warsaw, which is 258 square meters. Do you own this house? If we take the marriage law, then I can say that, yes, I own it. 50% of this house belongs to me, 50% to my wife. If we're talking about the ownership, then this property is being registered for the person filing the documents. I have also the second house. No, stop, please. We will move to the second house later. Let's talk about the first house. What is the value of the house in Warsaw City that you co-own with your wife? The land plot with the old house we bought in 2003. I provided you with the documents. The value was about $6,000. When we built a new house, according to my calculations, I have invested about $200,000. What is the source of the funds used to invest this money, and how long did it take for you to build this house? The period of construction was quite long, about 5 years, more or less, that we could use it to live in. And the source of these funds was the entrepreneurial activity and dividends that we had, because we had the corporate rights in the legal entity, and I have paid all the taxes, by the way. So you say that your family could afford to invest $40,000 into the construction of the house. Is that correct? Yes. Was this house commissioned? No, it was not commissioned yet. Why? I have provided explanations in the written answers. Part of funds to construct the house were the loan taken in the bank. And when the bank committed wrongly towards my family, they just closed the agreement. Then we had a sharp issue, and we needed to find place to live, where to live. Then we moved to Warsaw, but we understood that our children did some sport and went to school, and we put all our efforts to finish the construction of the house in Kiev. I was supported by my family to get some licenses, permissions to buy construction materials, and actually physically he visited different agencies in order to get approvals. But when we switched to Kiev, the house was, my father was very old. He died, unfortunately, and I started to continue with construction of the house in Kiev. Part of my documents, unfortunately, were lost in fire, and the process was convoluted. Then when we issued a technical passport for the house, unfortunately, part of documents were lost, and we had to restore them. Yes, it is clear. Sergei, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We just have a lot of questions and not so much time. So please be specific when you're answering our questions. Do I understand you correctly that there is a discrepancy between the factual state of things and legal processing of documents? So the house is ready to be used for living, and your family lived in this house, but in legal terms it was not commissioned. Yes, legally it is not commissioned, and yes, it is not finally constructed. There are some issues on the second floor, and there are some concerns in the basement. We need to finish this still, but we were forced to resettle there because our apartment was taken by the bank as a mortgage. And also during the large-scale invasion, the house was a little bit damaged and we had to repair it. The last question regarding this house. You said that you had enough income from your entrepreneurial activity, and because you have sold some rights, corporate rights. But why did you fail to declare these expenditures? I became a public servant in 2019, and these expenditures I had in 2007, 2008, and 2009. So when you became a public servant service in 2019, the house didn't need any expenditures and investments. Yes, it did not need. We have finalized with it. Clear. I have another question related to house in Kiev. I did not understand from the materials of your profile. What can you tell us about the house with the area of 13.4 square meters? In April, we bought
Наша садиба була площею 8 соток. І коли ми пішли оформляти землю, розуміло, коли ми почали оформлювати
when we started to privatize this land plot, the Kyiv Council denied this privatization and gave the license only for the part of this land plot. So it means that on this part of the territory, we had the right to use on one part, and the second part was owned. And on the territory that is owned by us, it was privatized. It's the place where the house is located. It's part of the house. It's not the whole house. And according to the documents, these are two different land plots and two different properties. Yes, but physically, 13.4 area, this is just a small room. Yes, you are correct. This is what I own. Your wife owns one half in a house of the house in Warsaw. Does she own this house? Yes, this is the house I've just talked about. We bought an old house and on the same land plot constructed a new house. We did not demolish the old house because there is another co-owner and it's still remaining on this land plot. In the declaration, the value is 31,800 hryvnias. In 2023, there is a different amount mentioned. So in the agreement, it is 23,000. In the declaration, it is 31,000. I don't know what you are talking about. The value I've mentioned, and this is how much I paid for the house, and that was 31,000 hryvnias. It was located on the non-privatized land plot, which my wife privatized later. I don't know anything about the agreement and the price 23,000, so I can't give explanation. If my colleagues do not object, I will not ask any more questions regarding this block about the property, or maybe Mr. Donatas wants to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Yuri. No, I don't have any more questions in regard to the integrity. So, yeah, I'm ready to move, yes.
Okay, then I'm ready to move further. Thank you. The next block is related to your criminal procedure or to the court procedures. I'm a lawyer. It was easier for me to get acquainted with these cases. I see that there were some cases opened with Укрсоцбанк. From your dossier, we can see that you have filed two claims regarding your relations with Укрсоцбанк. The first one was filed to Shevchenko. The second one, again with the same motivation, was filed in December 2017 to Pechersk District Court in Kyiv. Could you please explain why did you file claims to two different courts? And don't you see the abuse of procedural rights in this case? I do not see the abuse of procedural rights in this case. The circumstances for these claims were different. Speaking about different courts, Укрсоцбанк was transformed at a certain period of time and was purchased by Alfa Bank. Укрсоцбанк was located in Shevchenkiv region, That was the office I concluded a contract with, but when it was purchased by Alpha Bank, another bank, this bank changed its location and was transferred to the Chersky region. So the registration address was different. That's why I had to file a complaint with a different court. Actually, I have filed not 2 claims, but even more, and I'm trying to force the bank to fulfill obligations. It is the story that the bank had to provide a loan, has received money from me, and did not fulfill their obligations. And the Constitutional Court of Ukraine has to make a decision. As I said, in this case, I'm protected. I'm protected by the law, and I'm trying to get justice through the court. Yes, I'm not saying that we do not have the right to protect our rights, but it is not clear why did you address 2 courts? Why did you file complaints to 2 courts? Pechersky and Shevchenkovsky. The subject of dispute was returning the fee for 2013 and 2014, and in 2017 it was fee for a different period of time. So you were referring to the same contractual relations, but the period of time was different. You were filing a claim regarding the debt, but during different periods of time. Now it's clear. Did you receive any payments from the bank? Not the whole amount. Well, maybe it's a sensitive question, so you decide whether to answer or not. How much money have you received from the bank, and which one you did not? There were 2 credit lines opened. One was for 100,000 hryvnias and $60,000. The first credit line was paid out, and I think I have provided you with figures. $6,000 or $7,000 was paid to me. After that, the bank refused to give me this money, and I used this money to finish the construction of the house in Warsaw. How did bank explain to you this the closure of the credit line? I explained to you at that time my brother worked in the security service of the bank, and there was a conflict. So, no, not my brother had a dispute, but his manager had a dispute with the management of the bank. Poberezhny was his name. The head of the security service of the bank was protecting an employee. So there was a huge conflict. Mykola Luchank supported the head, and Poberezhny said that he can't influence the head of the Kyiv office, and fired him. Together with Luchank, another employees left the bank because it was a legal decision, and my brother was also fired. After that, I was called to the bank and was told straight into my eyes that they will actually take a revenge for the behavior of my brother. So it means that the bank knew about the relations between your brother and the security service of the bank, and that you are a brother of their employee. Yes, they knew it. I had long-term business relations with the bank, and when my brother left the internal forces where he served, he started to work in the bank. Did you use these business relations to get loans in this bank? I used, it was not the first loan I took from this bank. Earlier, I took a loan from this bank to buy a land plot in Warsaw, and I have provided documents to you. I had a deposit in this bank, took a loan, and after the term expired, I paid off all the money. Thank you. I don't have any questions regarding this.
No more questions about your relationship with the bank and your court disputes with it.
Okay, are we ready to move on to the professional section, or
I think we are.
If you don't mind, I will ask my final third question.
Yes, please.
And then that will be it from my side regarding this part. I have a question about integrity of the candidate. And that's about the question that Donatas raised. The candidate has the candidate is now challenging results of the previous competition for the position of the Director of the Bureau of Economic Security. In particular, regarding this, the candidate said that he had lots of complaints against the former commission, against the methodology for evaluating of candidates. The candidates were selected based on the principle who liked whom, and etc. And here I see that our candidate is addressing our commission with a request to withdraw his court claim on the case against the previous competition in case his results from the previous competition are taken for this competition. So, in your opinion, will external observers have doubts about the integrity of the candidate who is at first challenging results of the commission's work and using such critical statements, and then he say, no, I'm ready to make peace with those significant violations that accordingly to the candidate happened during the previous competition. If you in this new competition will use my previous results, won't they have such impression? What do you think, Mr. Serhiy? If the external observer does not know the entire story, then yes, such observer might have such impression. But if we go into more depth into the story, then this impression should not appear. From my side, I would like to say that this is not the first time when I'm taking part in different competitions. And I'm the candidate that is not popular among a group of civil society organizations, which I've been accusing of embezzling international technical assistance since 2016. I would like to remind that during some competitions, they intentionally put me on lower ranking places, which did not correspond to results of other competitions. And I provided the reference to the International Testing Commission that in this case, it should be either interferes or the shortcoming in the work of the system. And all of these references have been ignored and never taken into account. So I had concerns that in this competition, the results of my testing will be falsified again, which happened to some extent, but the main thing is that I've passed the threshold of 177 points. So that's why I've addressed you with this suggestion that I'm really ready to withdraw my claim regarding competition of 2021 if you admit me to the interview stage. After all, I've reached this stage. And with respect to the previous competition, I would like to say that if the competition commission listened to my suggestion and allowed to introduce my tool to fight shadow economy, we would not have had the deficit in the budget nowadays, and our economy would have been twice as low. I mean, the shadow economy. Okay, your answer is clear. I have no more questions about this. Thank you, dear colleagues. I have other questions, but I see that we are exhausting our time dedicated for this part. So, Madam Laura, that's for you to decide.
Yes, I think unless there are other questions that are burning right now, I think we have a lot of documentation, and I think we heard the answers of Mr. Mashtabe on the most sensitive issues. Therefore, I suggest that we move to the professional background side of this interview. So, Mr. Mashtabe, you have 5 minutes starting now to talk about the most important elements in your biography that would justify an appointment to the head of the Bureau for Economic Security. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Дякую.
Thank you. So, I would like to repeat that in the late 1990s, in early 2000, I already saved the Ukrainian economy by saving energy from the crisis of the lack of payments. I would like to remind you, when I started working in this sphere in April of 1998, the payments for electricity were at the level of 5%. By December of 1999, I managed to overcome 2 fraudulent schemes, and I put the level of payments to the level of 98%. Of course, there were many stakeholders in this sphere. And the fact that I mentioned that I returned the amount of $1 billion to the account of energy company and preserved $49 billion from embezzlement through these corruption schemes is that the most important thing that I was distracting attention of stakeholders through these actions, because I had to meet different people back then with Leonid Kuchma, president of Ukraine, and with Viktor Yanukovych, future president of Ukraine, and with heads of different levels of such region as Dnipropetrovsk region or Crimea, where they were openly threatening me that I can be put under asphalt or that I would never leave those areas. Still, I planned all of my work, and the analytical information system that I used, along with neutralization of vetoes of players who could destroy these schemes, allowed me to complete this work, and not only to restore payments in the energy sector, but also to save economy, because money is the blood of economy and energy is the nervous system of economy. In 2004, as I've said, I proved large-scale falsification during the presidential election. But here you should understand that we are talking not only about presidential election, but here we are talking about election of members of parliament. And there was signed the so-called Shirkas agreement that planned to distribute power among themselves for the upcoming 20 years. The fact that I forced President Kuchma to sign the law that prevented the use of vouchers for falsification of locations, that meant that I guaranteed to 55 members of parliament that they would be selected by the people and that those parliament places would not be usurped by falsifiers. Later on, while taking part in competitions to the NABU and the NECP, I was directly told that I do not belong to any group, that I'm no one's man, and the selection commission told me that they were dividing positions among the people whom they selected from different groups. So that's why I was told that I had no experience in civil service. And I told them I had 6 years of civil service, and they told me it was not topical because it was a long time ago. So that's why since 2019, I went to the civil service. And again, I discovered 2 corruption schemes, that is corruption at customs office, and I provided you this information in the documents. So, according to statistical data of the State Statistical Service of Ukraine, the trade between Ukraine and China consists of import and export. And accordingly, when we compare similar figures of the respective export body of the Chinese People's Republic, we have the discrepancy in this figure by $2.7 billion per year. Taking into account that China has 11.5% in trade with Ukraine, then this amount is calculated with other countries as well. Overall, we can say that the corruption at customs is $23.5 billion. And I suggested the tool that would prevent such corruption and contraband. That is electronic export certificate and its international similar document. Baltic countries, Denmark, Poland now actively working on introducing this electronic certificate. And Ukraine is involved into these processes as well. Now, I cannot forecast how this will end. And then I would like to mention those key schemes that are used in the shadow economy of Ukraine. That is embezzlement.
Mr. Mashtabe, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you, but you have taken more than 5 minutes for this short introduction, and I really want to give some opportunity to our colleagues to ask questions. I see a first question from Donatas, and then another one from Tatiana. So with your permission, I suggest that you try to integrate some of the things that you are trying to tell us into the answers to the questions. Donatas.
Yeah, Mr. Mashtabe, I'll ask several questions, but I would ask you to be as precise as possible, because we are very limited in the time we have. So my first question is, what leadership skills or qualities, according to you, do you think are most important when managing an organization the size of BES? But please don't elaborate, just name 3. 1, 2, 3. What leadership skills are most important?
We can say that here project management will help us. Product owner has to choose the team that will be capable of performing given tasks. The manager has to clearly understand.
Yeah, Mr. Mashtabe, we know what is this project management. Okay, so project management, although it's not a leadership skill by itself, but okay, let's have it. Other 2.
It has to be good organizational skills and good analytical skills. Analyst, in order to understand the system that exists and what has to be changed. A good organizer can organize all required processes so that the body would function in a quality way and would give effective results.
Okay, but with due respect, analytical, okay, we probably will not say, but it's a leadership skills. Okay, so one of the leadership skills, I believe it's very important, is to lead by example. Yeah, so when you have a head of such a big organization, you should lead by example. Can you please recall the very particular situation from your managerial experience where you led by example?
Yes, thank you for your question. Again, I can come back to those tasks which I implemented in the energy sector. That was the late 90s, early 2000s, and the election campaign of the president of Ukraine. It was not easy for me to come through and to tell them that there existed tools which could overcome these issues. At the same time, stakeholders.
I'm talking about now the leadership skill of organization. So how you leading by example, how did you show to your subordinates? How subordinates understood that you are leading by example? Can you give me the example from your career? how this particular skill, leading by example, manifested in your behavior?
Можна навести приклад
I may provide the example of 2004, when they believed that I could implement my project of proving falsification of election. I worked with respective teams of regional officers of Viktor Yushchenko, who was one of the candidates. I told people what they have to do. I was leading by example, and I dedicated all of those details that I could not inform the broader circle about. People, to some extent, believed me by word, but finally, when our project was successfully completed, these people realized what was required from them and that we chose the correct tactics.
Thank you.
Okay, shall we continue with Tatiana, then Yuri, then Oleg? Tatiana.
Дякую, пані Лаура.
Thank you, Madam Laura.
Пане Сергію,
Mr.
скажіть, будь
Sergey,
ласка,
can you please tell me?
уявіть себе директором Бюро
Let's
економічної
imagine
безпеки.
you are the director of the
І
Bureau of
назвіть
Economic
ті
Security.
5 рішення
Please
ви
name the
прийняли
first 3
для
decisions
покращення
that you will
ефективності
take to improve effectiveness of its work.
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for your question. The first decision is quite obvious. When everyone is saying that BES has to do investigations, they forget that BES has also to counteract violations. And counteraction is, first of all, the analytical function. It suggests removing these crisis events. So the first one is creation of the information analytical system, the unified information analytical system of the BES that is stipulated by the law and has not been created yet. The second step is to comply with requirements of the law and to conduct re-attestation of officials. And the third decision is to determine key directions of work. If I could tell you more about my examples, I could show you that 1% of resources invested into analytics gives much better outcomes than 99% of resources invested into the punishment function. So to reallocate 10% of BES capacities into analytical functions and only 70% into the punishment system.
Thank you very much, Yuri.
Дякую, пані голово.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question to the candidate. I've noted down your words when you were telling us about your achievements in professional career, that in the late 90s, you saved Ukraine from the economic crisis, in particular in the energy sector. In 2004, you not only proved falsification and violations during presidential elections, but also you forced the president of Ukraine, Leonid Kuchma, to sign the law on introduction of amendments to the election legislation. At the same time, from the materials of your biography, I can see that from 1997 to 2006, that is during this period of time that you described, you worked in LLC Factorial, at first as the director, then as the head of the legal department, then director again. Tell us, please, which leadership qualities at the position of the head of a limited liability company, maybe which mechanisms, while being the head of this economic entity, could be used by you to break down these schemes in the energy sector, to save economy of the entire country, and force of the president of this country to sign the law on amendments to the election legislation? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'll start with the second one. Before the second round of election, the society of Ukraine realized that the elections were rigged. And there was the scheme called carousel that was used back then.
поміж тим, Верховна Рада прийняла закон, який
The Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine adopted the law that prohibited this, and Mr. Kuchma spoke to journalists and showed this sign, said that I'm not gonna sign this law. Although, according to the Central Election Commission, it was clear that about 2 million such fake signatures existed. When I dealt with this issue, we realized that the party of regents and president of Ukraine were involved. We needed to neutralize their influence and make sure that Kuchma signed the law, because the parliament didn't have the constitutional majority to overcome the president's veto. And the civil society movement and the protests that led people to Maidan helped us, but we needed legal framework for that. So according to the statistics and my data were announced in Verkhovna Rada, I proved that in Donetsk region, in Donetsk ballot stations, the elections were rigged. In particular, in over 51,000 cases. So we raised the issue to recount the results of elections in Donetsk region. I provided analytical reports that indicated the falsifications. The election stations opened at 8 a.m. and they had the list of winners already printed out at 8 a.m. And the voters who arrived at the particular station from other stations, they were voting with written signatures. So there were. Sergey, thank you very much for such detailed explanation, but please, can you please answer my question? I asked about the leadership qualities or mechanisms of influence you use to make the president sign the law. I provided necessary evidence to the Supreme Court of Ukraine. The Supreme Court faced this choice, either to give access to the ballot, and there we would find the 1.5 million falsified votes. I realized it would be that number based on my analysis, or to appoint the second repeat election, which was not under the law. The Supreme Court realized that in first case, certain elections will not be approved, the results would not be approved in Donetsk region. The court didn't want that. This was the situation. And before that, I provided the informational materials that were sent to the election commissions 48 hours before the elections. I expect. Oh, Sergey, please, let's stop here, because you're not answering my question. We don't have much time, and time is limited. I understand. Sometimes no answer is an answer. Thank you.
Oleg?
Дякую. Ну, пан Юрій частково
Thank you. Well,
моє питання.
Yuri partially
Тим не менш, пане Сергію, я хотів би вам
asked the question I had. Still, Sergey, I want to ask you a short question. And I would like to ask you again for a clear, short answer. What are the first priority steps, like 3 or 4 of them, that are necessary for the BES to be able to counter shadow economy effectively and counter tax avoidance schemes? Thank you. Really specifically, really concretely. Let me explain. If you are in a dark room without information, you can't tell whether it's daytime or nighttime. For any work, you need to get information to analyze it. First of all, you need to do what you need to do is you need to create a unified informational system of BES, and it should be connected to all types of economic documents like commodity declarations, other type of declarations. That would help us to see the turnover of goods with prices. We understand what's happening. That would help us to make sure that there is no smuggling in customs house, because the trucks that bring in the goods and then the goods somehow disappear, that means that there is smuggling going on. I propose this mechanism. We have the electronic bill of consignment and other type of documents. That should be the first step. We need to complete this mechanism. It looks simple, but this is challenging. Analysis is a much more complex thing than an investigation. So the electronic bill of consignment. Sorry, let me please stop you here. Just please give me 3 steps without explanation, just 3 steps. So develop an informational system, develop analytical work, and staff recruitment. That's it. Thank you.
Laura, I have a question.
And I have a question.
You want to go first?
Let me go first,
Okay.
because I kept my mouth shut for too long in this interview. Mr. Mashtabe, you talked a lot about your strengths. I would like to ask you, in your view, what are your main 3 weaknesses that you're struggling with and that you want to address in view of becoming the future head of BES? So which are your weak points and what are you doing to address them?
Недолік перший і, напевно, головний.
Weakness number 1, probably most important one, is that I don't give the due evaluation of the events that happen. I think other people should do it. It was in 2004 like that when Viktor Yushchenko became the president and his team started doing state policy. And it was the end for me. I went back to the business and started doing what I wanted to do. I thought, I hoped that our country would be flourishing through the efforts of other people. I am still sorry that I stopped and then didn't continue. The weakness number 2, I don't have teams, I don't have experts who can kind of do this, but I can assure you that under my leadership, 100 of analysts can do much better than a team of several thousand people. As to the 3rd one, well, it's hard for me to come up with the 3rd one.
Okay, so if I'm to summarize, the first one would be that sometimes you're giving up too fast and rely on other people. And the second one relates to difficulties in bringing together a management team, but you are able to work with operational people in the organization. Would that be a correct summary?
Не зовсім правильно по другому питанню.
Well,
Мені не складно працювати.
not quite. It's not hard for me to work with other managers, but I said I don't have my team. I would need to create this team. As to the first one, yes, it is my weakness. I'm trying to avoid it and trying to improve it.
Super. Jim and then Donatas.
Yes, thank you very much. So the organization that you would be heading if you were selected has very different constituencies. It has the public, it has its internal constituency, meaning the staff and other managers. It also has the government, the top leadership. These will require different approaches. And so I'd like for you to give me some examples of when you've had to use different management or stylistic approaches to convince others of needed changes and reforms. 2 or 3 examples. Real examples from your history.
В міністерстві, де я зараз працюю,
In the ministry where I work in right now, I was involved into the shaping of state policy in the area of environment and promotion of e-vehicles. And I had to fight with veto of the players who are negative about it. This is the gas industry. They are lobbying their interest.
Зазначу, що це був один підхід, коли ви повинні
So it was a kind of one approach where you needed to see the stakeholders, understand what kind of veto they have, and neutralize it. Second point, when I dealt with the policy making in the area of digitalization, normally there is no veto of the entities, but there are issues that need a lot of coordination with other state bodies, state agencies. And here, you need to be able to analyze the work and find the best solution that would bring us to result and ensure the interests of all stakeholders are met.
Jim?
Well, I'd ask for three. If there's any more, also, I'm looking more for how to work with staff, for example, who are not necessarily cooperative, but under your supervision, or interference from above or who want to manipulate the process.
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for this question. If I lead teams, I'm always against any abrupt, sharp changes. I don't like abrupt changes. Any person needs some time to develop professionally, gain new information for that. So I'm trying to find useful approaches. I try to use the resources available as best as they can be. And the situations can be different. Someone can be encouraged, stimulated financially. Other people can be stimulated with just good word. Or someone can be motivated with a promotion outlook. And there are different ways. I try to use them all, and I'm against any sharp changes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Donatas?
Yeah, thank you so much. Can I ask you to recall a situation in your professional career when you regretted your words and actions? You regretted your words or actions, yeah? So can you please recall the particular situation?
Певним чином, так, я можу пригадати
Well,
такі
yes, I
ситуації.
can recall such situations, but I didn't regret the words, rather. I regretted that I trusted others. It was when I was serving in the Soviet army. I told some things to Moscowite that they were not Russians. I said that it was us who were Russians because we are from Kiev and Rus. And they accused me of being anti-Soviet. And I regretted that I trusted the people and said something that had negative consequences for me later.
And well, army was quite a long time ago, and nothing so far you would regret of saying or doing.
Так, я можу сказати новий приклад, але він містить аналогію.
A recent example, but it had similar circumstances. I can regret that I announced some information that actually damaged me. If I had not done that, I could have used my opportunities for the benefit of Ukraine. What I mean is, during a live TV broadcast, I exposed the truth. I said that some NGOs were embezzling funds of the international technical assistance. It was related to the grant of 3 million euros that was provided by the government of Denmark to Ukraine to build the anti-corruption infrastructure.
десь 2016
It was
рік осінь.
2016, sometime in the autumn.
But do you regret the consequences, or do you regret thinking that you were wrong saying this?
Я мав рацію про те, що я це
No,
казав.
I was right when I said it, and I regret that I announced the information at that particular time and that particular place. Had I not done it, I could have had more chances of using this for the benefit of Ukraine, and probably I could have taken a position in the anti-corruption agencies of Ukraine later.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, do we have additional questions for Mr. Mashtabay?
У мене немає.
Thank you very much. So we want to thank you very much, Mr. Mashtabay, for your presence with us today and for the honest answers that you have given us. Before we conclude our interview, I would like to pass the floor to you for 2 minutes of 1 to 2 minutes of last message from the candidate. So the floor is yours.
Дякую, шановна комісія, за надану
Thank you,
можливість.
distinguished commissioners, for this opportunity. I want to thank the armed forces of Ukraine, the defense forces of Ukraine, for giving us a chance to carry out this interview today. I want to thank the international partners of Ukraine who are supporting our country in our fight. Since our interview is over, I wish that I want to just to wish that the Commission chooses the best candidate. As to my position here, I just had this chance to express my position. I'm gonna revoke my suit, of course, and I want to wish the Commission all the best and to choose the best candidate who will try to address the challenges that the BES is facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mashtabay. Yes, Donatas?
I just want to react to what Mr. Mashtabay said in regarding to the revoking the suit. There is nothing to do with that. You know, if you are feeling like you need to go on with a court process in regard to a previous commission or this commission, this has nothing to do, you know, with what Yuri Ponomarenko, you know, mentioned earlier, that you expressed, there was a kind of, you proposed to have a deal that if you would get to the second round, you know, of interviews, you would reject your claim to the court. So this has nothing to do with that. I just want to state 100% clear. And if you feel that you have a grounds to keep this court proceedings going on, you should do this no matter what. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we're not conditioning anything on anything here. Let's be very clear. Yuri.
Очевидно, мої слова будуть розвитком того, про що зараз сказав пан Донатас. Так,
I will build on what Donatas just said. I want to say that whether you revoke suit or whether you file a suit, that does not affect the objectivity of our commission. The commission doesn't take it into account. We proceed from the fact that the right of redress is an integral part to any human right, and revoking a suit will in no way will be regarded as a reason to participate in the competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mashtabay. Please feel free to disconnect. And dear colleagues, as you know, according to the schedule, we will break for a break. Thank you. Until 2:30 Ukraine time. Let's try to connect at 2:25 to make sure that everybody has good connection and we check the technical details. Thank you. We see each other at 2:30 online.
Тобто зараз ми від'єднуємося, правильно розумію? Не залишаємося.
Should we disconnect or should we
Good afternoon, dear viewers. As we have announced, we are restarting our interviews with the candidates for the position of the head of Bureau for the Economic Security of Ukraine. We took a break and now we're back online. We want to welcome Mr. Yaromenok. Thank you very much for being with us today. Before we start, let me say briefly what the rules are for this interview. We dedicate about 1 hour, at maximum 1 hour and 30 minutes for each interview, depending on how many questions we have for a particular candidate. Please understand that for us, it is very important that the procedure is carried out transparently. Therefore, you may have answers from us on issues that are already addressed in our conversations with you back and forth. It is important that the people of Ukraine also understand what were the issues raised and how they were answered. The interview will be composed of 2 main elements. First part will be dedicated to integrity issues, and the second part will be dedicated to professional background and qualities that actually are important in your view to occupy the future position potentially of the head of BES. We start with a 2 minutes presentation, general presentation. Then we go into questions for about 30 minutes, 45 minutes on integrity. Then we go back to you also for a presentation of about 5 minutes of your professional history and background. And then we start the second part of the interview with questions on these professional elements. I would ask you to bear in mind that we have translation, so try to speak at a lower pace than usual. And that being said, over to you for the 2 minutes presentation.
Good afternoon, dear members of the Commission. I'm Roman Yaromenok. I'm 45 years old. I started my professional career immediately after graduation from Yaroslav Mudry National Law Academy in 2002 in prosecutor's office. For over 13 years, I worked at different positions in the prosecutor's office, including the positions of the head and deputy head of the local prosecutor's office. In 2015, pursuant to results of the open competition, I was appointed to the position of the detective of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine among the first 75 detectives of the NABU. Later on, pursuant to results of the competition, I held the position of the senior detective of the NABU, and I'm still working in this position. Over the period of my work in the NABU, I have investigated some of the most complicated corruption cases against former and current top managers in the country, top law enforcers, managers of state-owned enterprises, etc. My work has also been based on 3 principles, that is, legality, impartiality, and principles position. I had direct participation in the creation of the most effective law enforcement body of the country. At the beginning of this year, I took part in the competition for the position of the judge of the Constitutional Court of Ukraine, pursuant to results of which I was recommended for appointment as the judge of this court. I do not want to become the head of the BES. I want to create it. I want to build a professional body with analytical philosophy to cleanse the system from corruption practices. I want to build the trust of business through openness and forecastability. I understand the depth of problems faced by the Bureau of Economic Security, the lack of trust, political pressure, inherited HR and other practices. The BES requires reformatting, and that's why this competition is ongoing right now. And thank you for the possibility to introduce myself, and that's the end of my self-presentation now.
Thank you very much. So colleagues, over to you, but maybe before we delve into concrete questions, may I ask you, Mr. Yaromenok, what would happen if you are finally appointed as the judge in the Constitutional Court, and you would have to potentially choose between these 2 positions?
Madam Laura, I consider the possibility of me being appointed as the judge of the Constitutional Court as close to zero nowadays. It's difficult for me to assess those events that are happening around the competition for the position of the judge of the Constitutional Court, because neither the Parliament nor the President have taken the decisions that they had to take with respect to appointment of candidates recommended by the AGE for the position of the judge of the Constitutional Court. And unfortunately, right now, because of that, Constitutional Court is not functioning because they do not have the required quorum. But I should point out that internally, the Commission at the Office of the President of Ukraine, pursuant to results of online interviews, recommended other 3 candidates for appointment and not me. So that's why I believe that I have purely theoretical chances, because until now I'm still having the status of a candidate for the position of the judge.
Thank you very much for this very open conversation. Colleagues.
Дозвольте, пані Лауро, я продовжу.
Then let me, Madam Laura, to continue. Mr. Roman, I plan to start with other questions, but you know, Madam Laura has raised a very interesting topic for conversation. As of the moment of submitting documents for the position of the Director of BEB, you did not know those facts as to who would be recommended by the Commission for the position of Judge of the Constitutional Court. So this process has happened in parallel for you. Is this just an attempt to get any position, or after all, you have some priority in this regard? Well, Mr. Oleg, you know, it's a very simple question. While taking part in some competition, you never know in advance what the outcome of this competition will be. I have a desire to realize myself as a professional, as a specialist, and to use my obtained skills and knowledge in the best interests of the state. And that's why I'm suggesting myself during these competitions to be considered as the candidate in order to ensure, among other things, proper representation in these competitive procedures in order to provide competition during competitions for high positions in the public service. Thank you for your response, Mr. Roman. Then let's move on to more specific questions that raise some concerns for our commission, and let's move on to the discussion of those problems that have emerged. At once, I would like to repeat, as Madam Chair has already mentioned today, questions might be not very comfortable, but still we have to ask them so that we would clarify some things for ourselves, some information that the Commission has received. If there are any questions, maybe there is some sensitive information about relatives, you can state that. You can ask to suspend the broadcast, of course, if there is such a need. So the first question, the first problem that I would like to discuss is about the loan to your wife. According to your declaration for 2015, your mother-in-law, Nadia Pralipko, provided a loan to your wife in the amount of 283,500 hryvnias. In the equivalent, it's about $12,000. Tell me, please, what was doing your mother-in-law back then, and what was her level of income in general, and whether she had enough funds to give such a loan. I may at once tell you about the source of origin of these funds, this particular amount. Basically, everything is simple here. My mother-in-law inherited an apartment in the village of Suprunivka of Poltava district together with her sister after the death of their mother, their parents. I do not remember who died first and who died last. And they sold this apartment, and so she had cash funds from the sale of this apartment, and then she could borrow these funds to us, because we also faced back then the issue of buying housing. Back in 2015, I just finished my tenure at the position of the prosecutor of the district, and I was transferred to Poltava, and we lived together with my parents-in-law in their two-room apartment. So we decided to buy an apartment back then, and we borrowed these funds from my mother-in-law in order to invest into the apartment in Poltava district. Okay, thank you for your answer. My next question, colleagues, maybe you have some additional questions about this particular topic? No? Okay, then let's move on to the next topic, which is about your disciplinary responsibility cases. Based on information that the Commission has, it happened 3 times, in particular in 2009, in 2011, in prosecutors' offices, and in 2024, when you already worked in the NABU. Do you confirm this? Yes. In particular, I'm more interested in the case, not in the case, but in your disciplinary liability in 2009. According to the information, it happened because of the loss of materials of 4 criminal cases. You did not challenge this disciplinary liability instance. Can you please explain why didn't you use this remedy that you had, if you believed, according to your explanations, that you were brought to disciplinary liability without a cause? Yes, of course, I will explain that. I was brought to disciplinary liability in 2009 for events of 2005, if I remember correctly, which happened in another prosecutor's office. Back then, I was already transferred to another prosecutor's office since I changed the place of work, and I changed and since lots of time passed since then, I could not even provide explanations on the merits of those alleged violations for which I was brought to disciplinary liability. And the materials that became a ground for this liability were not provided to me either. Why didn't I challenge this decision to bring me to disciplinary liability back then? Firstly, being brought to disciplinary liability back then was a very normal practice, and the practice of challenging was not welcome in prosecutors' offices, so you could either continue working in the prosecutor's office or challenge some decisions of your management without working in the prosecutor's office anymore, but rather working somewhere else. In fact, I worked in the prosecutor's office for a relatively short period of time. I did not see the opportunity back then to leave the prosecutor's office because I had nowhere to go, and I did not have any savings or connections. And senior colleagues were convincing me that it was a normal practice, that the reprimand is not that difficult, and I could not forecast that 20 years later I would have to tell about this reprimand at meetings and interviews with selection commissions. Maybe I should have displayed more principled position back then, and maybe I should have challenged it back then. But it is very difficult to forecast the outcomes of that and where I could have been right now. Okay, thank you, Mr. Roman. From the materials that the Commission has received, from the information that we have received before the interview, after the loss of the materials, in order to conceal this fact and avoid responsibility, you entered inaccurate information intentionally into the register. Mr. Oleg, I will interrupt you. I worked at the position of the senior prosecutor or prosecutor back then of the prosecutor's office of Kremenchuk. I did not have powers to enter information into statistical data. Back then, according to the regulations that were enforced back then, information into statistical documents, including Form A11, if I remember correctly, that's about the movement of the criminal proceeding. All of these documents could be signed either by head or the deputy head of the prosecutor's office. I could not enter anything in principle into the statistical data about sending of these materials to the court. So that's that should be pointed out as well, that obviously some of the heads entered this information, but not me. And I was held responsible in this case. Okay, well, one more question in this particular instance of the disciplinary proceeding of 2024. Can you please tell us what is the stage of consideration of this claim regarding challenging of this disciplinary proceeding? The proceeding is open. Basically, it has not been considered on the merits. I sent letters twice to the administrative court with questions about the consideration of this proceeding, and I got the response that due to the significant workload, the case would be considered in the order as it's appointed for consideration. Colleagues, do you have any questions about this topic?
No, not
Цьому
really.
немає. Добре, пане Роман,
Okay.
тоді перейдемо до наступного
Mr. Roman, then let's move on to the next question. In 2009, you
I'm sorry,
acquired
Olga.
2 land plots into...
Sorry, it's me.
Yes.
Did you want to also cover the 2011 disciplinary proceeding? There were 3 you mentioned, 2009, 2011.
Джеймс, будь ласка, додавайте, звичайно. Так,
Yes,
будь
good,
ласка.
James, you can ask about this, yes.
Yes, I noticed that among the 3, the third one that we haven't touched on yet was from 2011. Again, you were reprimanded for improper performance of official duties, significant shortcomings and miscalculations in the organization of your work, et cetera, et cetera. Can you respond to that?
Так, без питань.
Yes, of course.
На той момент
Back then, I worked for less than a year as the head of the district prosecutor's office. I had a conflict with one of the deputy of the prosecutor of region because of the fact that I refused to perform his illegal instructions, and because of that, I was brought to disciplinary liability just for like comparing some statistical indicators of the work with indicators of the same prosecutor's office for the previous period of time. And at the same time, the practice of bringing heads of prosecutors' offices to disciplinary liability during the first year of their work is not typical, because the head of the local prosecutor's office was appointed for 5 years, and the first year of work is, from this perspective, as a rule, was not assessed. But because of these circumstances that I've just mentioned, I was brought to disciplinary liability just through comparison of these statistical indicators from reports, and that's it.
Sorry, can I just clarify a little bit? Are we talking about the this reprimand of 2024 when you worked already in Nabu? No, we are talking about different things.
11. I think we were talking about the.
2011.
Yes, we are talking about 2011.
Right.
And
We had 2009, 2011, and 2024.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
but
can you just elaborate a little bit on 24? You know, what exactly had happened? Because it happened just a year ago. So what exactly was the situation?
На жаль, не можу, тому що
Unfortunately, I cannot do that because the materials of me bringing to disciplinary liability are for official use only. Right now, the status has not been removed from these materials, so that's why I cannot voice the details and the grounds for my disciplinary liability and what happened there. During the interview for the position of the judge of the Constitutional Court, the commission took a decision to suspend the broadcast to discuss this particular issue, and then I provided such explanations.
Ну, якщо це можливо, тоді я можу без
We
трансляції.
also have this possibility. If it's possible, then I can explain the details to the commission without the broadcast.
Before we take that decision, just to clarify, this is the disciplinary sanction that you challenged, right?
Так.
Yes, so
Yes.
the procedure is ongoing on your challenge against this disciplinary sanction.
Процедура триває ще.
No? And the
Yes.
previous two have not been challenged.
Ні, попередні два не оскаржував,
No,
я
I did
поясню
not.
чому.
But I've explained why.
Yes, you explained. So you were in the prosecution. The reform of the prosecution service has started in 2014, 2015. These are sanctions from before, so I think that was explained. Colleagues, I want to hear your views. Do you think we should go into a private session to discuss these matters?
I
I think we
it's
should.
quite important. I think we should, but it just depends whether now or we would leave on at the